of Hide Me. The CEO of Hide Me. Hide Me is a brand name of the VPN. Maybe he can also clarify it later. And then my plan is to show something for the security mode and some security hints for everyday life. Okay, that's carrying old to Ethan, to the most that are sitting.
I can't really hear anybody. I don't hear a thing. Hello, can you hear me?
VPN should I choose? Some people choose totally free VPNs, but everything costs. And so, yeah, we shouldn't really trust VPNs that are totally cost-free because they need to earn money somehow. And maybe then, and if they don't take any money for the VPN, we should think, how do they finance it? The Hide Me VPN is going a mixed approach. So you have subscriptions for the full service for up to 10 devices that are going online with the same account, and a free account for everyone else who can't afford to pay for it. I think this is a perfect mixture and a perfect compromise. Yeah.
Great.
Hello.
Hey, hi. Well, we had technical trouble, but hopefully this will now work properly. Do you hear me still? Nope, I lost you. No sound anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess you're muted. Right?
Okay, hello, welcome to the Volla Community Days 2024. Thank you very much that you take your time to talk with the community. We have people on site in Remscheid and people looking or following the stream, the online stream. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate our partnership from the beginning of the Volla story. With the first Volla Phone, we shipped it with the Hide Me app. And maybe you can introduce quickly yourself and your company, and then let's talk about VPN and wait for questions for the community. Welcome.
Thank you. Do you hear me well? Can you hear me well? Excuse me? Okay, great. Well, I'm one of the founders of the venture company which runs Hide Me. We have been on the market for like 12 years now. I think we built quite a reputable brand and are in this business for the long run. So for a while now, we have been thinking about open source communities and about the possibility to reach a greater potential. And with the collaboration with Volla, I think we're on the right path to, I don't know, somehow make Hide Me a better known brand and to introduce a lot of, I would say, new features and new technologies into the VPN space. So if you a little bit about the company, so we have been, as I said, on the market for 12 years. We are just about the privacy and everything. We just concentrate mostly on the topics of censorship avoidance, anonymity, and privacy online.
So I think this interview also should be for people that are not so familiar with VPN. Most people in that room are. They will have some very special questions, but maybe we start simple. What does VPN can do for privacy? You mentioned it, and maybe what not. So in what extent can VPN help? So maybe you can introduce what can VPN do? What is it useful for?
Well, there were some competitors on the market might want to attribute some magical features to the VPNs. But basically what VPN does, it's a virtual private network. It just encrypts your internet traffic and masks your IP address and creates in that way a secure connection to the internet. This helps to maintain your online privacy and allows you to bypass restrictions or censorship. On the other hand, it's not a tool that will completely anonymize you online. It's just one tool in your arsenal which you can use to combat censorship or try to be more secure online. So that's the thing with VPNs.
Mm-hmm. So, and I also remember that VPN is useful, to mask to encrypt the IP, the internet traffic, to mask the IP address. Maybe you can explain what the impact is, and then you can get access to information that is maybe blocked in some countries, and also it can speed up the internet traffic.
Well, let's talk about masking IP addresses. The thing is, VPN basically makes your public IP address different than what is usually your IP address, which you use at home or on your mobile device or whatever. So in a way, you are basically changing your IP address and you seem to be coming from somewhere else. So this also has an impact on your geolocation. But the thing here is that most of other VPNs are not really taking care about IPv6. So at the moment, I would say in the market, if you're looking for a VPN, most of them will just do this job for IPv4. HideMe is well prepared, or well, not well prepared. We are already working completely with IPv6. So with HideMe, you get both protocols. The second thing that's kind of important here, what I want to emphasize, masking IP is usually not enough. So if you want to completely protect your online privacy and if you want to be anonymous online, you really have to take care of preventing browser-specific tracking. And you also have to understand, or at least try to understand what your apps are trying to do. Because there are other technologies, geolocation technologies built into mobile phones, or some sort of tracking, which can actually, even though you are using a VPN and you are taking active measures to protect yourself, that can actually reveal some information about you. And this is basically a problem nowadays.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, you need to take care about trackers on the web page that you can block with browsers like Firefox. Also, some pixels are using the fingerprint of the browser to identify you as a user in the web. But sometimes, if I always see French advertising, I know I have done something right. So, And maybe you can explain what is specific for of HideMe VPN. We learned it's not only you are already using IP version 6. Maybe some people don't know the difference. You can explain what the benefit is. And also, you are log-free. I think this is one major difference to other VPNs.
Well, about IPv6. So the thing with IPv6 is that it's, well, I wouldn't call it anymore a new protocol because it's been around for 2 decades already. And IPv6 is a IP protocol, so the protocol which is being used for all the communication over the internet, which was designed as an answer to a problem of the scarcity and small number of IPv4 addresses. And we feel that scarcity already, and it's really a problem for the ISPs to come up with IPs, and IPv6 adoption is rising all the time, at least in Western Europe and in the US. IPv6 is also the preferred protocol on most of the platforms. I would say Android, Windows, Linux, Mac OS, iOS, they all default to IPv6 if they can actually communicate over IPv6. And protecting our customers and our users, well, this protection extends to our free tier as well, is of the uttermost importance for us. So a VPN provider has a choice. You either try to support IPv6 completely, or you want to block it. If you take the second approach, which is taken by most of the VPN companies in the market, then you are trying to come up with technologies, how to block the traffic, how to filter, how to do this and that. And this has a certain degree of success. Sometimes some traffic might leak, and then you are basically compromising the trust of your customers into your service. Or sometimes you just break the whole thing, and unfortunately, nothing does work properly in the end. At HideMe, we thought about this, and we thought about this, like, I would say maybe 6 or 7 years ago. And we figured it would be a much better and much prudent choice for us to go ahead and completely adopt and support IPv6 so that our customers do not have issues about IPv6 leaks and can access the IPv6 internet. Mind you, nowadays, IPv6 is completely supported by all major networks, and for instance, Cloudflare, which is responsible for, I would say, maybe 40 or maybe even 45% of the traffic on the public internet, is completely supporting IPv6. And if it's available, your browser and your apps will try to use it. So it's a better choice to go ahead and support something that's already here and that will, in the end, enhance customer experience than to try and block it, what the competition does. We are fairly successful at this. We have received a lot of positive feedback from our customers, and this feature is by no means a new one. It works for quite a long time and works quite reliably. Also, regarding our, well, let's call them market advantages, I would definitely try to mention our WireGuard implementation. That is something specific to HideMe, and that is something supported by the Volla ecosystem. We do have our own system of connection setup in place, which is much more, in our opinion, secure than whatever the other VPN providers do. Let me explain about this a little bit. WireGuard as a protocol wasn't meant to be used as a dial-up protocol or as a VPN protocol in a sense that it would be a consumer protocol to connect to some distant VPN server. It's basically a peer-to-peer protocol, which should be used for site-to-site connections in the enterprise, I would say enterprise setup. So what the industry did, it tweaked it in such a way that it's now being used as a B2C, so commercial VPN space. And unfortunately, we believe at HideMe that this wasn't really done right. WireGuard is a secure protocol. There's no doubt about it. But the connection setup is a little bit plain, in our opinion. So what we did, we extended it with an additional TLS round, which actually mimics the way IPsec does connection setups, and made it a lot more secure in the sense that this method that we actually employ does give you perfect forward secrecy. So with HideMe, you always rotate keys, and rotating keys in any encryption scheme means more security, much more security than what you get with a static key. One may argue that WireGuard's own noise framework and the connection setup is good enough. And we can say, well, it might be, probably is, but WireGuard, on the other hand, is a protocol that can easily be fingerprinted, and you are not all that sure that somebody that actually eavesdropping nowadays might not be able to decrypt your communications in, let's say, 10 years' time. So we at HideMe went so far to try and address those issues and to develop the connection setup protocol for an increased level of security. Regarding this and any other feature you'll find in our VPN or in our apps or in our infrastructure, there's a lot of careful thought put into the development of the features or the functionality. And I would say that HideMe is a little bit special in that way. We are trying always to be on the bleeding edge of the VPN technology space, and we are always trying to implement something new. So we were among the first VPN companies that implemented WireGuard. We were not the first, but we were among the first ones. We are now introducing, well, I would say 25 gigabit servers, and even going so far to having a couple of 50 gigabit servers. Our whole network fleet is at the moment at 10 gigabits. Also, HideMe, which is really, really important, HideMe runs bare metal hardware servers. So with us, you won't get some virtualized servers running on a virtual machine in Amazon or, I don't know, OVH. With HideMe, you will always get a real bare metal servers. And why is that important? Because there's nobody in the middle. If you run a virtual machine on, let's say, AWS, there's Amazon. If you use OVH, there's OVH. They can always inspect your traffic. They can always interfere. But if you are using a bare metal server with a reputable and privacy-conscious provider, then there's almost virtually no chance of anybody interfering with the traffic or maybe trying to seize the servers or something like that. So with HideMe, this cannot really happen. And the last thing that's really special, and I believe it's something that's really rare on the market, we are a true no logs VPN. We never had a need nor ever wanted to introduce logging. There's no need for us to do that, and we don't track our customers in any way. The only thing, and even that in some cases, the only piece of information that we might want to keep is the email. But that's it. For free customers, even that is not required or used in our system in any way. So I think we have those three major pillars and three major advantages. That's first, we want to be on the top of the tech stack. We are introducing all these new features. Second, we put a lot of thought into our customers' needs. And the third thing, we don't know anything about our customers. And I think that's the way now ISPs also behave. Of course, they have their billing and accounting, but otherwise, regarding traffic and the anonymity online, the ISPs should probably act in the same way as VPN companies. At least some of the VPN companies do, but it seems that this is not the case. So we are here to help you and help your customers and our customers regain their freedoms and their to regain whatever they had, I would say maybe 20 years ago or maybe even 30 years ago, when the internet wasn't so much regulated.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. We had a little bit of problems to understand you because your voice was broken. Is that on the on his side? Yeah, it was on your side. Maybe there's a cable that you need to take care of. Yeah, thank you very much for that explanation. I try to summarize it. So you don't record what people do in the web. I think this is one advantage. Another is, so far you have extended a special protocol, an encryption protocol for the internet connection. So far I understand the keys are exchanged for each connection with the VPN that is established from the customer. So you avoid man-in-the-middle attacks. Very important. And you have your own dedicated servers where your software is running on. And if we're talking about servers, we are talking about locations that people can choose. Maybe you can explain what is the reason to offer different locations? Is it just to have the best internet connection, or is it also to confuse the server or the service that you call in your web session?
Can you hear me well now? I mean, do you hear me? Okay.
Sometimes it's broken.
So, is it still broken? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, maybe I should try to reconnect with the mobile phone. I'm using the tablet right now, if you wanna, but I don't know.
Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. So the significance of different locations. Well, there are, I would say it really depends on the use case and why somebody picks a VPN. We have a global audience, and close proximity with between the customer and the VPN server location does play a big role. Latency is important there, and latency roughly translates to throughput. So basically, if you are connecting to a location that is nearby, you will have a better experience, much faster speed, lower latency, and better performance. Distant locations do not perform all that well. But with HideMe, I would say that even cross-continental connections are just fine. It introduces a little bit of lag, but not anything spectacular. And the other thing is, some people just prefer using different countries, especially for streaming content, or maybe accessing some merchants, purchasing something online. You just, for whatever reason, you might wanna seem to be coming from a different country. And that's probably the two most important aspects of changing locations with the VPN.
And maybe another question that sometimes I experience that some services in the web are reporting a technical issue, or you can't call them if you are connected with VPN. For instance, I think it's almost possible to book a flight in VPN. And what are the strategies of HideMe to avoid that, to being blocked by some shops or services if you are using VPN?
Well, yeah, the thing you mentioned is really a problem. I wouldn't say for Hide Me it's not such a big deal, because we although we did notice such issues and we have had reports from our customers about it, it's not really all that serious, at least not for Hide Me. Trouble here is that merchants and companies that sell tickets and I don't know, even some other bigger commerce sites do not really like VPNs, because there are a lot of other, well, I would say mischievous users and customers that might wanna somehow take advantage of a VPN and in the end try to do some sort of a denial of service or something that's actually illegal and really not nice. And unfortunately, we can't really say that this is not happening over VPN. It actually is. We are, as any other no-log VPN, unable to block this sort of behavior. But at least on Hide Me, the strategy right now is to try and keep our IP addresses clean, because of course the websites and destinations that want to block VPN do this by IPs, and they check the originating IP and act accordingly. They either block it or not. And our goal is to try and keep our IPs clean, have a lot of IPs in our reserve so that we could use them if some of our IPs become, let's call them dirty and unusable for whatever purpose we want to use them for, and just rotate and acquire new clean IPs so that we could actually provide a good service to our customers. If you are running a no-log VPN, as we are, you don't have so many options, unfortunately, and that's the tricky part of the whole thing. But on the other hand, I mentioned IPv6. It does help really a lot, because IPv6 does offer a lot of IP space, and you have the freedom to choose whatever IP address you want to use. And usually what happens, if you choose, I don't know, some other IP address in the space that you've got, it's not a problem and everything works. So I believe IPv6 will help us there, and our strategies so far have been proven to work quite well. No logs VPN can't do much about this. That's unfortunate. Yeah, and regarding the streaming companies and regarding the streaming platforms, the situation's even worse there, because well, most of the regions have their own laws and regulations about distributing streaming content. We are in no way endorsing copyright violations or anything like that, but it seems that it's not really fair for a traveler from Germany not to be able to access some streaming platforms that they want to use. And by using our IPs, which are properly geolocated and really in, let's say, Germany, they are able to stream their favorite content. And after a while, it does happen that some streaming companies might want to judge and evaluate those IPs that we use for access to their platforms. But with those companies and those platforms, we can actually communicate and ask them to whitelist our IPs. So it does happen, and we are in communication with major streaming platforms, at least for the free-to-air channels in Europe, and frequently whitelist our IPs. So they do understand how a VPN works and what might be the issue there. And I would say most of them are quite cooperative in that way. So it's a lot of manual labor, it's a lot of work, a lot of communication. But yeah, you have to do all of that if you want to keep your IPs clean and enhance your customer experience.
Yeah, thank you very much. When I announced you, I already said that. So let's talk about one last topic. It's about trust, because people need to trust you that everything's true what you are telling. One important point is that it's clear how you finance the service. You sell subscriptions, and people who can't afford it, they can use your VPN free with only one device, and with a subscription with up to 10 devices, so far I remember. And I also my question is how you would like to, or what is your strategy to gain trust? I know that you published source code on GitHub, so you have an open source strategy. And you also had an audit last year. Maybe you can tell us and the community how you would, what is your strategy to gain trust?
Well, it's really hard to gain trust, but the thing here, we are an old company operating since 2012 without ever handing any of our customer data. We never had any security breaches, nor did we have any issues of that kind. Our service was always built with privacy in mind, and we are striving to keep the least amount of information about our customers. So as I mentioned in the beginning of this talk, we are storing just sometimes an email, and mostly we are not, and for our free customers we don't have any information about them. Our VPN servers do not keep any logs, and we also do have provisions for our customers to delete all the information about them once they want to leave HideMe for whatever reason. Now, the thing about the logs, I guess I completely explained that one. We don't keep anything about it, and about the audit, well, this is actually a new thing. We recently finished the audit process, in which a well-known security company has evaluated our infrastructure, part of our infrastructure which deals with VPN connections and everything else. And they actually will confirm in their audit report, which will be published in a couple of days, that we don't really log anything, and that we really take care about not storing private keys or anything on our VPN server side. We just keep the information in RAM. It's ephemeral, and it's not really available even if there's a breach or a seizure of the server or something like that. So doing these audits and having a clean track record is, I would say, a recipe to gain customer trust. One topic I would like to touch is what you mentioned, free customers. Now, we see on the internet a lot of discussion about if it's free, then you are a product. And people figure, well, why would somebody do something for free? Why would they offer a free service? Well, I can assure you that HideMe does actually operate a free service. If you want to try out HideMe, there are a couple of ways to do it. First, you can try to use the free service. You can try to use the free trial in select countries. And of course, you can purchase a premium subscription. Now, a free service is not the same as the premium service. Free service is crowded. We have a lot of free customers who are using our service, and unfortunately, the infrastructure for that free service has to be paid for. So we have a set of servers which is dedicated for the free customers, and unfortunately, the economics of it do not really give us the possibility to scale it so much as we can do this with the paid service. But we do not take any logs, we do not take any information about our free customers. We do not make our free customers a product. We are giving this well, as a gift to the world and to the community, because we can. That's the way I would like to sum it up. Also, well, it's let's put it like this: it's a nice channel for us to be well recognized, to build brand awareness, because it's really hard and tough nowadays to penetrate the market and to become well known. Our free tier has actually made HideMe one of the best and most well-known VPN providers all around the world. All the advantages you get with the premium subscription, I guess they're well worth it. If you are from a select country, you can try a free trial. Free trial is not the same as the free service, and free trial will give you access to all the advanced features, such as Smart Guard, the ability to filter traffic, to have parental controls, to, I don't know, do some sort of advanced routing, advanced management of the VPN connections, and other sort of stuff that might be interested to our more advanced customers. But the free tier is there just to give out something and give something back. Let's put it like this. Also, our strategy regarding open source is similar. Wherever we can, we want to give back to the community. With our Linux client, which is completely open sourced, the Linux client is actually an example of it. Unfortunately, we can't do the same on Windows. We can't do the same on OS X or iOS because there are certain licensing restrictions which we cannot deal with. But our team is already working on a workaround and developing some solutions which will help us get rid of those licensing restrictions so that we could in the future maybe even open source our Windows apps and open source our OS X apps, Android, iOS, you name it, just so that our customers are well aware what the apps are actually doing. And regarding WireGuard, whatever is being done on the Linux platform, I can immediately tell you that the same process is done on all the other platforms. So you can be sure that the connection setup process and connection management is just about the same on any platform we use. We really like Volla in this regard and collaboration with Volla because Volla seems to have same goals and same ideas about the ecosystem and giving back to community and development of free software. And that's probably one of the reasons why we decided to try and collaborate and come up with the client for their phones.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your answers and explanations. I would like to add just one topic. You are also offering the services for business customers, and some for large business customers, I was told that you can even offer dedicated servers, and it's possible to remotely control the HideMe app if devices are managed by an MDM system. So that is quite useful. I just mention it. Yeah, let's one last thing. It's also regarding the issue that sometimes services are blocked if you use VPN. The VPN app of HideMe that you find on Volla OS offers a split tunneling. So if you have some problems, at least in the past, with for instance, with the Aurora store, you can put the Aurora store on that split tunneling list, and so it's excluded from the VPN, the internet connection of Aurora, and everything is fine. You can browse and download and install apps. That's a very clever solution and very pragmatic. I also thank you very much for the collaboration for the app. Your HideMe app is not only available on Volla OS, but also on Ubuntu Touch. I will show it. So we have it. So where do we have it? Let me see. Let me see where it is. So here we go. This is Hide Me app. It looks similar to the Volla OS Hide Me app. I can show it briefly later. And here with the green shield, you know that you are connected with the internet. And I think it's great that together with you, we developed this Hide Me app for Ubuntu Touch. So Ubuntu Touch users have now the same convenience that the Volla OS users have to set up the VPN or here to select different locations. You have all that features. Maybe we in the future we also add split tunneling for Ubuntu Touch. So I think this is a great achievement. And just a few weeks ago, we published the working release for Hide Me app. There's one thing to be considered. The kernel needs to support the WireGuard protocol, but we will also work on this issue. But all the Volla devices support the WireGuard protocol from the kernel side. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Are there any questions from the audience, maybe in the web or maybe people that are sitting here?
One question really quick. So the premium, is that per device, or you said that was covered a couple of devices for the premium plans?
Excuse me, I didn't catch that. So the question was about premium on a couple of devices or what? Excuse me.
Yeah, it's the question was in the premium subscription, can you use more than one device at the same time?
Sure. Up to 10 devices. 10 devices is the limit. Technically, it's actually 11, but yeah, 10 devices.
Fine. One more question. It will be a good question.
Yeah, I have a question for myself, whether you plan to support protocols that try to avoid the censorships, like in China or in Russia nowadays. They try to block the VPN by deep packet inspection, and the only way people try to get around this is that they try to mimic the traffic as HTTPS traffic, like V2Ray and the similar protocols. So does Hide Me plan to do anything to support those kind of protocols? Currently in Russia, I can access Hide Me, but it can change after some time, I guess.
Well, in my opinion, and in our opinion, this is what we call a cat and mouse game. Yeah, we would like to support them, but if you look at those protocols, we are probably referring to V2Mass, V2Ray, similarities with Shadow Socks and such. Those are basically proxy protocols. VPN protocols are a different thing. Stealthy VPN protocols such as, well, SoftEther. Yeah, SoftEther is supported by Hide Me, at least on Windows. I'm not sure if we could do something like that on Volla Phone or other platforms, but on Windows you do have support for SoftEther, and that one has proven to be quite good at avoiding such deep packet inspection firewalls. We have a couple of ideas about WireGuard and what we want to do with it. Maybe make it a little bit more stealthy. And this will be done, I think, somewhere in the Q3 this year, or even Q4. We will experiment a little bit, but also we have a couple of ideas of making our network more resistant to such blocks. To that extent, we are discussing with our partners in the networking industry to enable us more access to a lot more of the IP space. which is quite important. DPI does, as you mentioned, fingerprint protocol, but most of the sensors are basically keeping IP lists and judging if you're using a VPN or trying to connect to a VPN server by consulting both the DPI and the IP list they have. So we have to take care of both things, the IP list and the DPI. The obfuscation on WireGuard would help a lot. We already do have some obfuscation on OpenVPN. That's a built-in feature with OpenVPN. Works quite well for some countries. And we have that, as I said, soft ether, and we have SSTP. SSTP is also interesting. Unfortunately, it's not available on all the platforms, but it's on Android and Windows. It's an HTTPS connection, basically, and does really help avoid surveillance in some countries. So yeah, we are not idling here. We are thinking actively and trying to come up with a solution for this problem. But the solutions nowadays which you could use are short-term solutions, and usually are just proxy solutions. So you can't really push UDP traffic or gaming traffic or anything through that in most cases. We need to come up with something more comprehensive. And don't worry, we are thinking about this and are trying to do something about it. It's a serious concern and a serious problem, especially regarding the freedoms of our customers and our potential customers. We really do not like any sort of censorship.
So thanks for the answer. Yeah, it's really great you tried to do something to remedy the situation, and just a note from me that like it's of course a cat and mouse game, but the good thing maybe for us still is that the cats are not playing in a full strength either, because if they simply block all the VPN protocols, it will also affect the businesses and everything in the country. So they are trying to block some, but they don't really block everything they can.
Yeah, that is the case. The blocking is, well, it's a twofold process. First of all, as I said, IP lists are a big deal. It's a problem for us, and they can easily, if I were the censor, the process would be quite fast and to the point. It's really not all that hard to block some IP address on the internet and to dig up whatever a VPN company is doing. So it's a tough challenge. It's a really tough challenge, but I think we have a couple of ideas that might work in the end. And it only goes in our favor that this blocking system, at least in some countries, well, China is really advanced. And you probably haven't seen Me trying to penetrate the Chinese market, because we see no point in going there, unfortunately. But some other sensors are really slow, I would say. And I think this gives us the opportunity to adjust and adapt and develop solutions for our customers.
Mm-hmm.
If I need privacy, why would I use centralized VPN service instead of a peer-to-peer service like the Onion router?
Well, yeah, the performance, first of all, that's the first thing. Second, I would say you can't really trust any of the peers, even though Onion protocol and Onion routing really gives you assurances about the encryption of the traffic. But there's one other thing that usually people neglect to think about. It's about protocol fingerprinting. And Onion routing and Tor does give you certain assurances. But unfortunately, sensors might want to fingerprint you in some other ways. There's packet latencies, there's packet sizes, that might want to reveal what you are actually doing. They might not be able to see the content of your traffic, but they might be able to detect that you are, for example, using Skype or using Signal or something else. Now, if you are willing to take the penalty of the speed decrease, and if you're willing to put trust into some entry peer you don't control or operate, well, you're welcome to use Tor or Onion. In some cases, you might argue that this is a better solution. Of course, great. But if you want to put your trust into some company which is present on the market for quite a lot of time, and which is known for maintaining customer privacy and keeping no logs, then you might want to opt for a speedier, easier solution, which works almost everywhere. So yeah, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. Why would you want to do this and that? I can't really tell you. It's a matter of personal preference. You know, I would always choose a commercial VPN, but hey, we are running one, so.
One more question is I have is yeah, I see it's trade-off to select either the VPN or Tor, but would there be any benefits of using the onion router through a VPN connection?
Well, yeah, you wouldn't. Well, it's maybe I would say you would feel better about it. The encryption and the security of a VPN might be also in addition to the Tor and Onion routing, so you might feel better about it. But in our opinion, either a VPN or Tor regarding the level of encryption and security are good enough on standalone. So yeah, sure. If you want to avoid the ISP or some sort of a sensor having certain knowledge about you, the fact that you are actually using Tor, then using VPN might be a prudent choice in that case. Yes, but I suppose you would also then lose a little bit of speed, a little bit of performance, because still the traffic has to pass through a VPN server in order to reach the Tor network. So again, it's a little bit of a trade-off, but in the end, it might be a more secure setup than accessing the Tor network directly. Yeah, that should be definitely a benefit. And you can actually do that through HideMe.
Just a small comment. Yeah, I do use HideMe myself, and what I notice is that nowadays censorship is only half of the problem. Another problem is that the internet becomes very fragmented. Like, you have global connectivity, but unless you are from a specified country, you can't access financial services, you can't do anything because they will block you. Like, if I try to access vice.com from Russia, they will just refuse the connection. And there are so many examples of this self-censorship, not like government censorship, but because of sanctions, because of some company doesn't want to deal with certain country. It becomes so annoying, and at least VPN is one of the solutions for this.
Well, unfortunately, that's the way it is right now, and that's the censorship, and that's the thing we are trying to battle. So, yeah, HideMe is thinking about the possible solutions here, and especially for our Russian customers, or our travelers going to Russia, let's put it that way, we want to definitely try and do something, but we need a little bit of help from the community. You know, we need to. We don't keep logs. We don't have any information what's available, what's not. If we need feedback from our travelers to Russia and to tell us if it's possible to connect or not. We have noticed that we have a couple of issues with Russia, but nothing out of the ordinary. We have issues also with some other countries. It's just about the same thing. And yeah, what you said, VPN can help there. Internet is fragmented by a little bit. I wouldn't say by much, but unfortunately, if you're coming from a huge country like Russia, this might be a big deal. Yeah, this might be a big deal.
Yeah, I don't even say there is currently a problem with the way HideMe works. You can connect and it works if it works. I'm just saying that like sometimes you need VPN from one side to connect to another, and at the same time you need a VPN to connect from the West to the Russian services. That's how it works.
Yeah, well, yeah, as you said, it's a problem, if I got you correctly, but I really haven't noticed that we, from the Western side, let's put it like that, have had any issues trying to contact some destinations in Russia or something. I really haven't noticed, nor have I been notified about it. We don't do research in that regard at the moment, really.
Maybe a funny comment. We have also a developer in Russia who has to use a VPN to use HideMe VPN in the development stage. Yeah.
Yeah,
Things are happening.
Unfortunate. That's at the moment. That's unfortunate. Maybe we will come up with some sort of a solution for that, but I'm not sure. You know, at least as long as we are discussing Russia, HideMe has been blocked in Russia for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years now. Ever since we were, for some reason, accused that we were granting access to some website. You know, it was a strange thing, but we got flagged and were on the list of their authorities and were blocked. But we didn't really suffer because of it. It seems that our service for our travelers, for our customers, still does work. Only our website is not available, and some of our VPN servers have been flagged lately. And yeah, as you said, maybe for our customer in your audience, it does work, and he is able to connect. But there are a lot of reports from Russia that it just doesn't work. So yeah, we would need to tackle that issue and try to come up with some sort of a solution. It's cumbersome for somebody to use some other VPN to connect then to HideMe. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, we have been thinking about it, and we will try to come up with something.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it was very exciting. It took a little bit longer time for our interview, but I think it was worth. I also appreciate that the CEO is answering that questions. And I think we can realize that you're doing best effort on all that challenges that you need to face. Thank you what you have done. Thank you for being at the Volla community, dears. Thank you. Give him up applause.
Thank you for inviting us. Thank you for the great collaboration that we had with you guys. And thank you for all the work that you are doing in this space. We really appreciate it, that we are really glad to collaborate with such a great company and a great team on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Bye.
And special bye.
So, jetzt. Ja, ist schon da? Wunderbar. Jetzt werde ich mal eben schnell was umstellen. So, damit ich auch da. Here we go. Mhm. Ja, müsste eigentlich sein. Jetzt müsste er da sein. Ja, ich wollte grundsätzlich schauen, jetzt nochmal auf das Programm, das So, wir gehen jetzt weiter. So we have the next one. So we can directly go to Mr. Seidenberg. So from Accenture, and he will talk about, and then we have the next one at 11:20, so that may be late a little bit. So, do we have it here? Yeah, hello, Mr. Seidenberg. Hello, Mr. Seidenberg. Thank you very much. You are outside of Germany, you are currently traveling, so I appreciate very much that you find time to join the Volla Community Days 2024. And I think last year you also started to present your project that evolved. I think, and it's worth that the community knows what's going on with the project, because we also developed one more thing. Thank you very much for coming. The stage is yours.
Thank you. So can I start my presentation myself? Oh, it's okay. My presentation is not about secure communication, but about the next step, which is reliable communication. And with the help of Volla, we built some solutions that we use in a very exciting use case, which is telemedical support for medical emergency services. I already told the community something about that last year, but maybe for those who didn't participate last year, I just quickly repeat what we're doing, what the use case is. An example from the German emergency services, how does it work? In Germany, you have ambulances and you have physicians or doctors driving, and you have helicopters. And when there is an emergency, the dispatch center, so the 112, that decides whether an ambulance is sent to the incident, or an ambulance and a doctor, or a helicopter, or a combination of those. So an ambulance is usually always sent, and ambulances and helicopters and doctors usually drive from start from different places and then meet at the incident. So that's why it's called a rendezvous system. And what we did is we added another way of providing medical support, in addition to the driving physician and the flying one, which is the so-called tele physician. And what we effectively do is, with reliable communication and quite some software, we create a situation where a physician that is just participating remotely can effectively act as he or she was personally present on scene, and instruct the paramedics on site what to do, and also extend their capabilities. So delegate some measures and medications that they were usually not allowed to do without the instruction of a doctor. So I brought a short video with me that hopefully we can see, so that also summarizes the use case. And you see a nice Volla phone already at the first start. So maybe the video director can start the video. I think I cannot do it myself, or can I?
Auf dem Weg in die digitale Zukunft der Notfallmedizin. Erlebt notärztliche Expertise an jedem Einsatzort. Telenotarzt. Rettungskräfte können im Einsatz jederzeit per Knopfdruck auf ärztliches Fachwissen zugreifen und bekommen bei Bedarf eine erfahrene Notärztin virtuell an ihre Seite. Die Telenotärztin koordiniert sich mit dem Rettungsteam vor Ort und erhält wichtige Einsatz- und Vitaldaten des Patienten direkt von der Einsatzstelle in Echtzeit. Zusätzlich helfen Livestreaming per App, oder Onboard-Streaming-Kamera aus dem Rettungswagen sowie Fotos und Videos, fundierte Diagnosen zu stellen und mit lokal leitliniengerechten Therapieanweisungen medizinisch zu unterstützen. Alles wird über stabile und sichere Verbindungen übertragen und durch automatische Priorisierung der Netze auch in Regionen mit schwachem Mobilfunkempfang. Der Datenschutz basiert dabei immer auf den neuesten Standards. Unsere Anwendungsfenster bieten Telenotärzten leitliniengerechte, regionalspezifische Verfahrensanweisungen, Patienteninformationen und Einsatzdaten, Echtzeit-Vitaldaten und Karten zu einsatztaktischen Lokalisierungen von Notfallorten, Rettungswagen und Zielkliniken. So wird eine akute notärztliche Versorgung des Patienten ermöglicht und gleichzeitig die medizinische und rechtliche Verantwortung im Einsatz auf unsere Telenotärztin übertragen. Wir vervielfachen notärztliche Kapazitäten, indem Telenotärzte mehrere Einsätze parallel betreuen können. Und unsere telemedizinischen Infrastrukturen sind überregional vernetzt und leiten Anfragen bei Bedarfsspitzen gezielt weiter. Alle Funktionen sind modular und einsatznah entwickelt und werden laufend weitergedacht, damit wir für euch immer genau da sind, wo ihr uns braucht. Am Patienten. Telenotarzt, das Original, seit 2014. Ein weiterer Schritt in der Digitalisierung der Rettungskette.
Okay, thank you. So please switch back to the presentation, right? So you've seen that there is quite a number of communication devices and communication links involved. As this is like professional communication with a special use case, we tried to create an environment that makes it very easy and very reliable to communicate between the ambulance and the telephysician. The system itself is like a cloud-based backend system that connects multiple workplaces for physicians with hundreds of ambulances. And is able to dispatch the missions to the next appropriate physician. So it's quite a complex thing. So automation and is key to make sure everything runs smoothly. So ideally, the technology behind is not visible or even not noticeable for the users. As you've seen in the video, we're doing that already since 10 years. Currently, we have about 150 ambulances on a system. We have a number of telephysician centers around Germany, and the market is just mushrooming. So we can expect that within the next 5 years, more or less all over Germany, this kind of extension of the emergency services will be rolled out. Hopefully, major stake is then with Accenture, but we have competition, and competition is always good. So I think we have a good standing and have some unique selling points, especially when it comes to connectivity. And why this is the case, I'll show you in a minute. So we act as a full service provider. So the people you've seen in the video are, most of them are real Accenture employees. So we have doctors, we have engineers, we have support staff. And we also deliver the ambulance equipment as long as it's not no medical equipment. And we operate the platform as a service. So that's the use case. And we are very glad that we found Mr. Wurzer and the team to support us in building some very unique connectivity solutions. As I said, not focusing on security, that's like a must anyway, but focusing on reliability. So the first thing we did, and that is what we presented already last year, we took the X23 phone and modified the operating system in a way that the network selection between the two possible networks of the dual SIM, dual standby device is done automatically in the background. So wherever the team goes, it can be sure the device is already configured to use the best available network in the particular situation. And if you do some statistics with some numbers that the German regulator publishes about cellular connectivity in Germany, then you can see that having the choice between two of the three major networks, cellular networks in Germany, you ideally end up to 99% availability of cellular or LTE connectivity in Germany, compared to about like 94 something, 95 for a single network, depending on where you are and what network you use. And many other settings of the phone are also automated by the modified Volla OS, so that the paramedics can use the phone as a standard smartphone and do not have to care about choosing the networks, configuring access points, VPNs, and whatnot. So as this is not possible with the off-the-shelf phones and operating systems, we built that together with Mr. Wurzer and team, and have our own specialized Android build for this. So on the mission side, it looks like this. In the middle, you see a medical device, which is like an ECG monitor, effectively, that requires a Wi-Fi connectivity to transmit the data to the telephysician. And this Wi-Fi connectivity is provided by the smartphone. We call it Peak Smart. It's an X23 hardware platform with the software I just described. We put some user applications on it, like you've seen in the video, so that the users can take photos or make videos or set up voice calls to the telephysician. And we add a small hardware that we call a Bluetooth companion. That's like the little gray box that you can see mounted to the medical device, that is effectively an audio Bluetooth splitter, so that multiple persons, so at least the two paramedics on site, can participate in the same voice call to the telephysician at a time. So that's like the typical setup. So you see that selecting the right network and automating all the settings and making sure the connectivity between the medical device and the backend server is working is crucial. And with the modification of the Android system, we optimize and automate all that. So that is for some of you already known. Now I'm proud to present something new, which is what we call the Peak Box. The Peak Box is effectively a wireless router, or it's used like a wireless router that provides the Wi-Fi connectivity to the medical device instead of the smartphone. That it brings some advantages. First of all, you have more redundancy because you have more devices that provide connectivity, and gives the smartphone users more freedom to move and get more distant to the medical device. In any case, both platforms are based on Volla OS, so we benefit from all the advantages like GDPR compliance, Google free, and the software support from Volla. Sorry. And at the same time, we can implement the same modifications so that both the Peakbox and the Peak smartphone do the automatic network selection and the complete automation of the connectivity. So the box itself is, I call it an IoT smartphone because it's not just a wireless router, but effectively it is a smartphone without a display. So we built a PCB with a smartphone chip that I'll show later. So it's also an LTE dual SIM, dual standby device. It has a Volla OS on it. It has our extension software on it. It does VPN. It does the network selection. It's completely remotely configurable. As you can see, there's no like user interface, but some LEDs and an on-off button. It integrates the Bluetooth companion functionality, so the multi-headset support. And it's like super lightweight and small. It's ruggedized like the smartphone, so it's like IP 68, I guess, protection class, and like the phone MIL standard compliant, and it's completely automated. So that is like the ultimate Swiss knife for reliable and secure communication for use cases where the cellular conditions are not known in advance, and where the device needs to act situation based on which network to choose. And if you like to execute some Android applications on the device, it's also possible because it's like a standard Android system and can be managed with all the appropriate mobile device managements and so on. It's that's the interior. I want to highlight two features. First of all, like the left side, you see the backplane, which like huge antennas. I'm very proud that we have extraordinary good RF performance with this device. So in addition to like having the choice between networks, we also have very good RF performance, so that this device is also performing in quite well in weak coverage situations. And we have an extension slot, so the basic kind of IoT smartphone functionality can be extended by any addition modules. Like you can see on the right side, that's like the Bluetooth companion, creating an audio device with multiple headset support. And you could like think of any other special hardware that you could add to the platform to support special use cases that are not like specifically audio, like we implemented that. It's small, it's portable, it has a battery, and it runs like, I don't know, 12, 18 hours, depending on how you use it, like a smartphone. And because it's easy, you can like simply mount it on the medical device so that you don't have to carry two devices, or you can put it in the pocket, or like if you want to use that for other use cases, easily integrate that in other devices or environments if you see that appropriate. So that's it effectively. I can say a very great thank you to Mr. Wolzer and team that supports us in building all that with their great expertise and like flexibility. So summing up, it's Volla is not just providing us like a GDPR compliant, Google free, secure platform, but also supports us in building something that provides reliable connectivity for the use in the emergency services. So, like last slide, if you put everything together, we have an ambulance router, which also has multiple modems and SIMs. So that is like fixed infrastructure in the ambulance. We have a smartphone with multiple SIM cards. We have the peak box, and they all can mesh together, situation specific via Wi-Fi. So if, like, for example, the peak box does not have enough connectivity, cellular connectivity when the team enters the ambulance, because maybe the ambulance shields the cellular network, then the peak box can use the Wi-Fi of the ambulance router that uses external antennas and provide a seamless connectivity even in that situation, or when the ambulance is driving through weakly covered areas. So all completely automated. So quite a challenge to put that in software and make it robust. But as I said, with the support of the team, we made all this. And yeah, this is like happening in real life and saving lives. Currently just in Germany, but I hope we can extend that to other countries in Europe as well. So thank you very much. And I hope you have some questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for the impressive presentation. It's really very motivating to be involved in that project, because this is a project that has impact. So maybe there are some specific questions. Yeah, one is here in the room.
I see that you're understandably initially focused on Germany, but do you see a possibility to expand into other EU countries or into the rest of the world?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I said, at the moment we act as a full service provider. So this is like Telenotarzt as a service, which means that on one hand we operate the Telenotarzt software that you've seen in the video as a service, or that software as a service, and we equip the ambulances and operate all the connectivity solutions. The challenge expanding this into other European countries is that the emergency medical services in other countries sometimes are organized differently. And also the legal framework and the commercial framework. So who really pays for that? Is it the insurances, or is this like the communities or so? Is different. So in general, I mean, this is not localized to Germany, but in order to make it really have an effect, we always have to have a very precise look into how the other EMS in other countries work, and find out how to implement this way of supporting remotely fits to the way the emergency services work. So long answer is the one I gave. The short answer is yes, and we are effectively actively looking for the next market to enter. Due to the huge success we have in Germany, we need to be a little bit careful about our resources, but that's a luxury problem.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Maybe.
Will this service eventually be coming to the United States?
Most probably not. At least not from Accenture. I mean, there's no particular plans, and as I just said, the emergency services work differently in different countries, and in the US, it's working very differently from Europe. So as I said, in Germany, there is physicians driving to the patient if there's a really severe incident, and it's better to treat the patient where the patient is before he is transported to the hospital. And there is quite like an educational gap between the physician and the paramedics, although the paramedics are very well educated, but like there is differences. And in the US, usually the paradigm is more bringing the patient as quickly as possible to the hospital. So if possible, no treatment on site, bring them to the hospital and give like medical care from physicians in the hospital. So one would need to think about how to optimize or change the system in a way that like a remote physician makes sense and brings some advantage for the patients in those markets running those processes.
Quite interesting. Okay. Any further question? No? Not doch. Do we have one?
Hi, my question is, I understand you said 99% uptime, but what about the case where perhaps there's earthquakes not in Germany, but perhaps a flood that breaks down cellular network infrastructure? Do you have a strategy backup plan for that?
So bluntly, if there's no cellular connectivity at all, there's no cellular connectivity. And there are alternatives, but they are not rolled out. So our system is like pretty much capable of also using satellite or any other communication technology. It's just that our customers don't spend the money to equip the ambulances and the other cars with that technology. The advantage of the solution I presented is that if there is one network, then at least that can eventually be used. So you could like use one SIM card being an IoT M2M SIM that can do national roaming. Then you have also the choice between all the networks available, and if you're like close to the border, maybe also the European roaming networks. But if you are somewhere where there's no connectivity, then there's no connectivity. But
I have to add, the question was asked by Mr. Quinn. You know each other already virtually, so maybe we will continue the dialogue anyway. But we give back the other question.
Well, sure. Yeah, where's the camera? Here. Am I in? All right. So one further question is, who is paying for the system right now in Germany? How does it work? Is it because you mentioned it varies depending on the country in terms of the insurances, and what does it look like in Germany right now?
Yeah. So that's like by law, in Germany, the community, so public sector, is obligated to organize the emergency services. So like in the city of Aachen, where I live, it's the city of Aachen who organizes this. And organizes means tendering the services, buying like the services. So in Aachen, it's the fire brigade operating it. And we operate the tele physicians, and the costs that arise from that they are finally borne by the insurance companies, like public health insurances. So they have to pay it. So there's always a discussion. Okay, how much emergency service do we need? What can we afford? As said, the public sector is obligated to organize it. Organizations like us, Red Cross, fire brigades, whatever, are operating it, and the health insurances are paying.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are a little bit over time, but it was very interesting to hear it. Very motivating for me. And also thanks for the questions. Thanks for being here at the Volla Community Days. We stay in touch. I'm looking forward to joint success in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Ja, so, noch haben wir FDG im Kanal. Ja, Thomas Wagner. Yeah, we are a little bit delayed, but it's great to start talking and discussion. The next thing is also very, very interesting. So it's not a company, it's not a foundation. I would call it a community of smart people that are thinking about the way how we can collaborate, how we can exchange goods, how a market can work, even in emergency cases. And they have a very clever solution. And so I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Wagner, who is a part of the Free German community, FDG, and he will present us today the FDG phone and the FDG app and very interesting things. Hello, welcome to the Volla Community Days. Hallo, willkommen.
Yeah, hello. I hope you can hear me. Is everything okay with the audio? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, okay. Yeah, thank you very much that I can attend this Volla Community Day, and I will introduce our communication product for building a free marketplace and society. There are a lot of problems nowadays on Earth with society and technology, and we're working on finding solutions and make it usable for end users. Do you see my presentation? Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, we have our FDG Communicator app, the world's most powerful community app for building a free market society. So press 1 second. Okay. First, I will explain a little bit about the FDG, Freie Deutsche Gesellschaft, Free German Society. We are a private community of free people without masters and slaves. We want to be 100% respect for the free will and property of the individual persons. We want a peaceful coexistence of self-sovereign people, and the vision is to build in the future a free market society without state domination and politics. This is some ideological fundamentals of our private club, and our main products. We are working to find solutions for the problems. I show you a few problems which we are working on at the moment. There are a lot of other problems, but these are the most technology problems which fits into this Volla community. We see a big risk of blackout for infrastructure. Also, other people yesterday talked about this problem, and we want to face this problem with our Freies Deutsches Notfunknetz, our private communication network. Then we have the problem of surveillance of communication channels and end devices. And with this, we want to introduce our FDG Freiheitsphone, or Volla phone, labeled for our community. Then we have the problem of censorship of communication and media platforms. And therefore, we have developed our own marketplace and communication solution software. And there's a problem of no free trade. And we introduce our Freier Deutscher Marktplatz, or in-app integrated marketplace. First, I will explain a little bit about the Freies Deutsches Notfunknetz. We want to build a free and blackout resilient communication mesh network, because this is the most problem that we see nowadays, that the communication is not safe and can easily be interrupted by some natural disasters or blackouts, for example. At the end, we want to replace the internet structure because there are many problems with it. It's not private. Your provider and other people can see your IP address, where you connect from. It's censorable. This means the state or other organizations, your provider, can censor your connection or your content, and it's killable. We've seen this nowadays. We have problems at some countries like China or Russia. We have a lot of censorship, and at some disasters, it's easily to be killed. Therefore, we need a solution which runs without the internet, without normal infrastructure, and blackout resilient. Now I show you a few device combinations which we have in our network. First, we have the end user device, which is our FTG Volla Freedom Phone, or other smartphones which the user can connect to our network via Wi-Fi connection. Then we have the portable nodes, the combination of the phone and the BZ1 module from BChat. This is for right area connection. Nicholas Quinn already explained his technology yesterday. Then we have our fixed stationary nodes with some mini PC or SPC, which runs the network stack and other server solutions. Then we have Wi-Fi and also the BZ1 module from BChat for a wide range communication. And then we have, at last but not least, our solar-powered minimum outdoor nodes. In the past, we used some ESP32 device with mesh tastic, but now we are very happy that we have a partnership with Volla Phone and BChat to replace this our devices with a secure smartphone made in Germany and our powerful radio device from BChat. Now I show you a short overview of our planet infrastructure of a house. The whole network needs to be run by the people. Therefore, we selected some hardware products which we can suggest for the end users. It looks a little bit much. I give you only a short introduction. On the top of your home, we want to have this BZ1 Rune module for long-range communication and also some Wi-Fi access points for high-speed communication and short-range communication. And that it makes easier for end user without any special hardware to connect to the network. Then we have our home server or SPC, where the user hosts his own data, and everything need to be powered from photovoltaic. Therefore, we have some easy entrance model selection. Sure, when you have a big PV system at your home, it's better, but this is a minimum system which we suggest with 2 PV modules. Then your connector to the power grid, that you can also save money through the system at normal use, and also power the power station, because the mostly problem is that when you have some Balkonkraftwerk, call it in Germany, which you connect to your power socket, is that it doesn't run in blackouts. And then we have developed a so-called doomsday adapter, which powers the power station from the PV modules, and that you can power your devices in a blackout. Now give you a short introduction what MeshNet protocol we selected. We searched it a lot and tried different things, and at the end we ended with Reticulum, because it's for our use case the best protocol we find at the moment. It's a cryptography-based MeshNet protocol, which runs over very high latency on extremely low bandwidth. This is the most important thing for some emergency network. It's fully self-configuring multi-hop routing, point-to-point and point-to-multipoint. And the best thing is that it can use maybe all possible physical layers for communication, like the BZ1 Rune module from BChat, data radios, modems, LoRa devices, serial lines, amateur radio, TNCs, Wi-Fi, Ethernet, E2P, internet connection, anything can you connect together and build a unique mesh network. And the minimum requirement is only a half duplex channel with 500 bits per second and an MTU of 500 bytes. This is the technical behind our software. This is the mesh network, and we decided to develop an application because the founder of this mesh protocol have only a very simple chat application, and we forked it and make it our own FTG communication app of it with all our features for our market, society, and local communities. The app has a lot of features, and we have many solutions in this app for a free market society. I just introduce a few features and then I show it in a live demonstration. This is some main features which we have in the app. Discovering on the other peers and nodes over the reticulum announcement system that you can find all your other peers in the network or nearby. Then we have a user DID on the tree of trust. It's still in development. This means each local community wants to be trustful and that the user can trust each other. Therefore, we think it's very important that we have some digital user ID solutions and can build a tree of trust in our solution. Then we have point-to-point chat and audio calls. We have channels or group chats. We have pages like very small web pages. Then we have map integrated with location and telemetry sharing or shop and market system. Then we have a crypto wallet where you can pay directly at the market or send money, emergency alerts, and a lot of other features, and a lot of more features are planned for the future. And the app is at the moment compatible with Android, Linux, Mac OS, and Windows. Here you see our contact data where you can contact us when you have some interest in it. At the moment, it's a completely small project with a few people work on their free time on it without any financial support. And you can see our website and our contact channel on Telegram. When you are interested in our solution or want to contact us, then you can contact us. And we still search some support through other developers or people who want to test our software, write documentations. All kind of tasks are still to do. We are on a very early stage of the development. Now I want to show you the software in real life usage. I have here 3 users presented on my desktop. We have just normal communication possibilities like many other chat solutions already have: sending message, sending group message, sending files, use audio message, add a pool, and many different options for end-to-end chat and group chats. Then we have the announcement stream where all devices on the network send an announce. This is the technical function of the reticulum network stack. But I don't explain these technical details, just a few examples how the software work. And then you can interact with peers, and like this is a page, you can open a very small web page. Then we have the main function which we need is our integrated shop system, because we see the problems when a blackout happen or some other disaster happen, that the people still need to buy some goods for their daily usage. And with this mesh network solution, we can build our own network and communicate and collaborate with all communication needs in this own app. You can go to the shop and then select some products which you want to buy, add it to the cart, and then send it to your local farmer or what you want to do. Then we have our crypto wallet, but it's still in development. I wait of the crypto blockchain developer. This means you can already send payments over the mesh network, even in a blackout scenario. This is our goal of this app. Then you have some channels or group chats where you can subscribe to get some information. And like this, some group chats where you can write, and then the other members will receive it. You see here's the message, or direct point-to-point chats. The whole transport level is end-to-end encrypted. The point-to-point chats or audio calls are also end-to-end encrypted. Only the group chat is only on the transport layer end-to-end encrypted. And there are a lot of improvements needed, but generally the functionality is already there, that you can chat, call, see page, go shopping in an emergency, or share your location data. We have an integrated map where the shop or person can share their location and it's get displayed on a map, and you can call or chat or interact with this user or view the telemetry data or the history of the telemetry. Normally the app don't send any private telemetry information to someone. You need to enable it and configure it on your needs. Yeah, there are also some planned features like forum or blog solution, file sharing, and other things. And the whole app works with the reticulum network. This means there are no central servers needed. You just need an end-to-end connection between the clients, or between the client and the shop server or page server or something like this. You can use your phone with your radio device connected. At this example, we just have this LoRa modules. Now, finally, we have the powerful module from BChat. And with this LoRa modules, you just need an end-to-end connection between the device. It doesn't matter how you connect. If you connect to Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, radio. Therefore, we can use everything in this mesh network with the reticulum network protocol. Yes, I think this is a short introduction about what we do and what we plan to do.
Very much. I'm so excited. It's so amazing. I'm looking forward how we evolve together this partnership. And it's a practical example how modern technology is used and can make an impact, how we live together and share goods. Does someone has questions? Yeah? No? No? Stop. Is that you? No, no, okay. I didn't see it. Yeah, okay. So how is the availability? How can people can test it? Is the software already downloadable, or will you have a shop for this accessory and devices?
At the moment, it's still internal in usage and in the development. We wait of our blockchain developer to integrate the user DID registration, that we can make onboarding of new users. And when this is finished, it will be published. This is the FTG version for our German-wide community, and there will be also an international version, different labeled, which everyone can use worldwide or build his own communities. It doesn't matter if you build your community from your city, your country, you can use it everywhere. And sure, we want to be in Germany, start this project. Yeah.
Share the slides, hopefully we can, on our webpage. So the contact data and the QR code then is available on our download page. Would appreciate if you send us these
yes, on
slides.
our website, you will find the information, or at this Telegram group, or contact us via mail when the software will be available in the public. Generally, it's workable already, the functionality, but there's a lot of ongoing work at the documentation and the onboarding of new users. Finally, we have also the BZ1 module from BChat. In the near future, we will get some test models that we can make a real life test in a city in Germany, how good the mesh network and the software will perform.
Yeah, we are all excited and looking forward to that. Thank you very much for joining the Volla Community Days, and good luck for the community.
Thank you very much that we can attend. It's very interesting, and a lot of people have
Okay.
issues. And yeah, bye-bye.
So I think it's so inspiring to have that. Next, yeah, we are a little bit behind. Ja, hello, Mr. Sinha. He is. Ach, jetzt mal wieder weg. Aha. Das ist manchmal so. So, Mr. Sinha is one of our developer team, one of the genius behind the Volla OS. Was denn?
Sie den Cursor mal verschieben.
Ach so.
Das nervt. Da oben ist dieses Schild mit der Freigabe. Beenden Sie die Freigabe. Können Sie das wegmachen?
Ja, und die Kontrollfelder, die kriegt man, glaube ich, nicht weg, ne? Ach, das hier.
Ja, genau. Das ist mitten im Bildschirm. Und wenn ich
Ja. Ich weiß nicht, ob das weggeht. Das kann man, glaube ich, nur so schieben.
aber ganz links ist ein Minuszeichen.
Nee, das geht hier so ein bisschen. Nee, ich habe jetzt den Bildschirm wieder synchronisiert. Ich mache es hier mal unten in der Ecke. Gut.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sinha. So nice to see you. Yeah, and
See you as well.
I'm very happy that you also joined the Volla Community Days. He's one
you.
of the Volla developer team and very smart developer. And he's also the one who takes care about the monthly updates and all the maintenance of the operating system. And you would like to present us your project. It's Cipher OS. And
Yes.
I hope that we can also add this as an option to the multi-boot feature. This is what we discuss with Mr. Panyo. He's the main developer for the multi-boot feature, whether we not only can start Linux operating systems like Ubuntu Touch, Sailfish, that is available, or as said, we also can start another instance of Volla OS or other Android operating systems. Yeah, Cipher OS, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just present the PPT. A second. Okay. How do I start presenting the presentation? I'm using this software for the first time. Just give me a minute. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Okay. So Cipher OS is an Android operating system that's based on AOSP. It's fully open source, and on this presentation specifically, I'll be talking about the features of the Cipher OS and how we plan to bring the support of Cipher OS to the Volla devices. As you might know, Android powers a lot of devices worldwide, and Android consists of two different branches. One is the open source one, on which the Volla OS and many other open source operating systems reside. But there is the other branch, which we call as the proprietary Android branch, which is used by various OEMs and Google's, which consists a lot of services that are not unnecessary, that collects the data and a lot of things. So, brief introduction about AOSP. AOSP is an open source initiative which allows us, all developers all over the world, to collaborate and modify the source code and prepare our own different operating systems. It drives enhancements, innovations, and foster collaboration in the community. So what about our data? Since we all know in today's world, protecting our digital footprint, protecting our data is the main priority for us. So what about that? Data has become a prized possession. When it gets evaded, it causes our privacy issues. Many companies statically collect the data in the background, and they do not notify the user about that. And that raises as an important concern in today's world, because on the stack world, on everything, the data is everything which we own. The value of privacy is very paradoxical, as data is very valuable and it's an important concern. So as I talked about, the different the without explicit content, the data is being collected, and this raises us concern about our data and security. So how CipherOS addresses it? We eliminate the G apps and services, which is the main motive of the Volla Phone and the Volla OS also. We are following the same ideology as a Volla, and we have eliminated the G app services, and we provide a shield against the unauthorized data access. Why we are different than the other alternatives available in the market? We are custom OS built on AOSP, privacy, and customizations. I'll come out about that in the upcoming slides. We provide a different approach of the UI, of different customizations for the users. This is what I talked about. To increase the compatibility and increase the usage of the CipherOS, we have implemented app stores like AppRite, Aurora stores, and etc. You might already knew about. So by doing this, we reduce the reliance on the proprietary services. We promote the more open source services, FOSS alternatives, and this ensures that all the data remains on the device. All the processing which we do remains on the device, and nothing is shared to the online servers or the online databases. As I talked about, we use the app stores like AppRite and Aurora. These app stores respect the user's privacy. They do not collect the data in the background. And these offers the open source apps like AppRite offers all the open source apps as an alternative app store. What's the key features? As I talked about, these are the key features. Let's more delve into the features of the CipherOS. So this is a small comparison. Like, for example, you might have heard of the other BSP OS, the ODM OS, and how CipherOS is different than them. Some of these ship with GMS services, some of these ship with some of the other key loggers, data loggers, but none of them ships in our operating system because, as I said, the CipherOS is a totally open source operating system. It's highly customizable. It performs quite well because we have made certain source side optimizations, kernel side optimizations, which provides user an improved performance and experience. See, this is what we have developed a new quick settings design. As you might know, with the Android 12, Google introduced a different quick tiles with what you can say, with which are not too comfortable for the use for the end user. So we improvised it. As you can see in the design font, it is more of a modern design. It's inspired by the industry leading design. We term it as a seamless design. And the second design, which is modern inspired, is more of simplicity, which more of promotes simplicity and is for the users who prefer simplicity over the more intuitive designs. So what we have done, we have redesigned the system UI settings, launchers, and all our applications. to make it production ready for the performance. We are based on always based on the latest Android version, currently based on Android 14, positive platform release 2. We maintain uniqueness by doing the more intuitive user interface, user experience. We do the privacy focus by identifying and removing the Google relics, strengthening the privacy and security measures. See, this is a home screen example. Our home screen, as you know, is an important and integral part of an operating system. Almost, we have done analysis, almost 60% of the users spend, all of the users spend more than 60% of their time on their home screen. They are browsing for apps, they are checking time, they are doing something. So this is a more integrated part. And in our opinion, that home screen should be eye-soothing. It should be very clean. It should be clutterless. That provides some minimal consistent look to the users. Our setup wizard, that's pretty common. It is devised by the MD3 Android, and keeping the guidelines of the Android, we have developed such and setup wizard. Our settings app, we understand that every operating system, the settings dashboard as an integral part, because anytime you want to even open an Wi-Fi, you want to open NFC, you want to set up a fingerprint sensor, you just want to change some display configurations, every time you have to open the settings app. And settings app is the most important app on the device generally, because out of all applications and launchers, the second most application which user interacts with is in settings. And settings, we have designed it, redesigned it, and reimagined it because the AOSP settings has much bigger icons. It is quite discomfort for the users to use it. So we improvised it. We introduced a much clear, minimal design which speaks to the user and distinguishes between the different setting options with the different colors, and is much simpler to use. Similarly, seamless design About Phone. About Phone is an integral part of an operating system. We have followed our own design policy. We call it seamless design, which provides which provides user information about their devices in very simple manner at one place. For example, currently, if you take the normal AOSP code base and you open About Phone, you will find a lot of information about these security patches, but the main in the About Phone section. But the main information, which is about the specifications of the device, the battery capacity of the device, the screen size of the device, is not shown. So we took inspirations, we wrote these implementations ourselves, and we introduced this leading design that provides information, real about device information to the users, so they can access all the details they need at the same place. We have also redesigned all the system apps which ship with the CipherOS, be it our dialer app, be it our messaging app, and there is no GMS integration in any of our applications, and the entire code base, entire redesigning we have done is open source and available on our GitHub. As I talked about the dialer, as you can see, we follow the MD3 theming in the dialer too. And we have just developed a different in-call screen and to make a new design. The current AOSP dialer design is quite old, and presumably the AOSP engineers have stopped updating the new UI in the AOSP code base because they have moved to the proprietary implementation of the Google dialer. So to keep introducing innovations, the people from the AOSP community step up, and we utilize the contributions made in the AOSP community with our own add-ons to introduce the improved system apps, as this dialer, the messaging app, and all of the system apps, as I told, system UI, new QS, new launcher, settings app. So this keeps evolving, and we create better projects and better interfaces for the users. What else we have? We have elevated DNS configurations to shift to Cloudflare or add guard DNS server to get ad-free browsing experience on the OS. We have eradicated the data collection APIs from the AOSP framework and optimized the AOSP framework from the framework side as well as the kernel source size of the devices. We also have our own OT infrastructure that we host on the source porch, and through which we provide the updates to the user queue to secure the device of the users and provide them bi-monthly and monthly updates depending on the device to device. So this keeps our OS ever evolving, secured, and bug-free. As I talked about the updater, we have our own updater, which enables us to share the updates monthly to the users, including security patch fixes from the AOSP and the new customizations, the new features we develop from the CypherOS team. We also offer the major OS updates using the same updater. And one good thing about our updater is our updater API is fully open source. And as I told, that entire applications which we are using are the community collaboration and the redesigns which we made to make them look more clean and clutter-free. We also have our own keyboard. We do not use the Gboard or Google stuff. We are using the AOSP keyboards, but AOSP keyboard lacks certain features. Like it's by default the AOSP keyboard does not have gesture typing, and they have stopped maintaining it for the sake of the Google keyboard. That is a private implementation, proprietary implementation by Google. So we, with the different patches from the Lineage OS team and the other projects, we have also integrated our own keyboard. It includes the Type implementation too, which implements to that user can easily input their messages, their whatever they want to search effortlessly. This enhances the typing experience to the users. Connectivity enhancements. We have APN configurations, which we have integrated from the MediaTek and Qualcomm platforms. Some MediaTek devices, they require some special APN configuration for the voice over Wi-Fi or voice over LTE, voice over new radio to configure. So we have implemented that, merged that too, and for the Qualcomm as well, so that it supports all the carriers from all around the world and regions as well. We also have the Android Auto support. That's an open source implementation too. It obviously requires micro-G to function, and we provide micro-G files that user can download and install, and then Android Auto can be supported. 5G standalone mode. We also support the 5G standalone mode or VONR for modem-enabled Qualcomm and MediaTek SoCs. This is a new, the 5G is a new implementation, which is an advanced technology than the VoLTE. It provides more clear calls and more seamless connectivity between the calls. Like VoLTE enhanced the communication and the voice quality. This is an improved version with the 5G connectivity. We also have our own face unlock service. I think we also have the open source face unlock implementation in the Volla OS too. And yeah, so this is a similar implementation for the face unlock service. It's all the data calibration is all done on the device. As in, this is also a community project which we have implemented in the CypherOS. And all the security and compliance standards are met, and the code base is obviously open source. How we manage do the build management and releases? We firstly prepare the device sources and prepare the release builds of archives for the seamless installment and deployments for the OT updater. All this process is done on our Jenkins and internal servers, but all the device sources, kernel sources used in the build are entirely open source and available in Cypher Devices Organization GitHub. We then upload these bits to the source code server wherever, and with that our OTA API is also configured. And then when the user is on the previous version, they get an update notification. And if new user wants to install the build, then they can download directly from our website that redirects to the source code, and then they can install in our devices. We also test obviously to the final testing of the builds before publishing it to the general public. We also have a beta testers group, which I'm very thankful for, by the community, that allows us to achieve this feat. CypherOS support for Volla phones, as I have already talked. We plan to bring the CypherOS features to the Volla OS, like the gaming mode, as our colleagues also have implemented the face unlock service. I also plan to implement some of the CypherOS features in the Volla OS for the people who want to be on Volla OS and enjoy the new features available in the market. But for the CypherOS builds, we will start developing the CypherOS for Volla Phone Quintus and Volla Phone 22 by August, September. Initial betas will be available. Firstly, we will start with a beta testing, and then we will gain the user feedback on the issues, and then we will publish a stable build as an alternative OS for the Volla phones. We promote security and privacy, and as for the transparency between us and the users, it's our own code. All the code base is available on the GitHub, and we will, as I said, we will be also supporting the features to the Volla OS. So thank you very much. This was a small presentation about the CypherOS on Volla. I also have the builds available for currently we have this builds working on the Volla tablet. Here's the Volla tablet running on the CypherOS Android 14.1. That's an initial beta I've been currently using for a few days, and I assure you that it will be available very soon for the general public as well. And we will be also supporting Volla Phone Quintus and the Volla Phone X23 and Volla Phone 22. Any more questions are welcome regarding that. As I told that the CypherOS, we have all the open source applications. I'm not too sure if you are able to see the applications which are pre-installed, but it's very clutter free, and all the open source applications are implemented here, integrated here. Thank you very much. Any questions are welcome. Hello. Hello. Yeah, any more questions, please? Hello, am I audible?
We lost you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah, any questions?
Okay. So, how do you manage updating CipherOS when AOSP releases a new major release? A lot of custom ROMs are lagging behind AOSP major releases, especially heavily modified ones.
Yeah. So we generally also face this problem when we are working with the CipherOS Android 12 release, because our code base is highly modified too. So what you can say, to cover up that, we moved all the theming libraries, which themes the settings, which themes the quick settings, and all the applications to a new frameworks. We developed Cypher frameworks and Cypher settings, which we basically just need to update imports, just need to update the newer methods which are introduced in the newer ASP version, and we don't need to what you can say forward port the old commits or old the code base from the older version. We moved our all work to a separate repository that kind of overlays the AOSP settings and AOSP system UI. It's called Cypher UI and Cypher settings. Yeah.
So, any further questions? Maybe can we say something about the technical possibility or feasibility that we can bring also CipherOS as a second operating system with a multi-boot? Maybe also Mr. Panyo can say something, or I think it's in theory it should be possible, right? Is Mr. Panyo here? No, he's downstairs. Yeah, he's maybe preparing his lecture.
Yeah.
He's coming. Okay. Maybe we can have a statement about the technical feasibility of having more than of having CipherOS or other Android systems as a second.
Yes, that is for sure an interesting possibility for separation of business and personal life. And it's actually possible, but it would require a collaboration from whoever develops the Android-based operating systems. So like for Volla OS, we can do that because we are developers of Volla OS. But I'm not sure it would be feasible for us to go ahead and do it for any other operating system.
Yeah.
But we might create some clear guidelines and publish patches to simplify that for anyone else.
Yeah.
Maybe CipherOS, we have an option to do. Mr. Sinha can do it because he's close to the development.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to do that. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much that you joined the conference call. Maybe next year you are in person in Remscheid. Let's see.
Yeah, sure.
And you're welcome. So thank you very much for joining the conference, and we stay in touch anyway. And if someone has questions, maybe you are in the chat. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice weekend too. Bye.
Okay, so yeah, we are a little bit behind the schedule. So we can go into the lunch break soon to talk to each other. And we have the catering again. Please eat as much as you can because this time a few people less are here. So, and we have special sales today also, 10% discount of everything that we sell. And yeah, maybe I need to ask Mr. Ukrankov, did you manage to have Sailfish OS on a sample device? Ah, he has it. Let me go here.
This one is the wrong cover.
Ah, it's the wrong cover. Here, this is on this?
This one is a new one.
Ah, this is a newer one, yeah. And so we have a Sailfish OS here, you know it, and we are also talking with the people of Jolla, or they are currently named Jolly Boys. And so this is, we have one Volla Phone 22 here with Sailfish OS on it. There's a very active porter who did the community port in the UK. It's Adam Pick, and hopefully he will also manage to upgrade this release for the new firmware of the Volla Phone 22, so that we can provide it as a second operating system. Volla OS has Sailfish OS, as you know, is also, I think, the benchmark of usability if it comes to gesture control, and it has that the tiles of open apps that you just swipe up and can open some further apps that then that are shown on that overview. And if you swipe to one side, you have the listed messages that coming in, and some essential informations like weather or control buttons. So you can explore this a bit. Sailfish OS is currently available, I think, with UBports installer for the Volla Phone of first generation and the Volla Phone X. And I think we currently haven't it as a second operating system because of the new Volla boot manager. But I think we can. Do we have it? No, we have it at Volla Phone X. I think we have Sailfish OS as an option. Do we have it? Volla Phone X we have, but not yet for Volla Phone 22 and Volla Phone X23. There's also a community port of Volla Phone X23, not yet in the UBports installer or the multi-boot feature. Currently, I think there's one issue, the camera is not working on Volla Phone X23, right? That's the last issue, and this is an essential feature. But I think with the help of Mr. Okrenkov and Mr. Pick can manage it to provide also Sailfish OS on Volla Phone X. So I would like to motivate you to do it, and even, yeah, this is even on a Volla Phone Quintus device, it's also there. It's newest. It's not the Quintus, it's the Volla Phone 22, but it's the new Sailfish OS 4.6. I think that has solved some things, because it solved the notch issue, because usually the notch covers all the status bar, and now it's solved with the new Sailfish. Yeah. So it's very small, but maybe you can explore it later in the lunch break. So also this is what else can we say for Volla for Sailfish 4.6? So under the hood, they made something better. So fine. So that is about Sailfish OS, because it's wonderful, and yeah, maybe I can't tell too much because it's in negotiation. You can expect some surprises and some news during this year regarding Selfish OS. Let's see. Yeah, this is, so you find there all the sample devices. You can look at it. Here, this is the tablet with then the tablet with Ubuntu Touch. We have the tablet with Volla OS there. Multi-boot feature is not implemented yet, but it will. The tablet will come with multi-boot feature, definitely. So you needn't decide between Volla OS and Ubuntu Touch if you buy it. And one more thing. So for the Volla Phone Quintus, it's very challenging, but we will realize that the second operating system can be installed on the same internal storage of the device, so you don't need anymore an SD card to put an additional operating system on the same device. So you have the full performance of the internal storage. So and it's like the secondary operating system behaves like the primary operating system regarding performance. So I think this is also a very good news and a very challenging innovation that we will introduce for the Volla Phone Quintus. Yeah, everything you can explore there. Also the Volla Phone 22 that is available, and the sample of the Volla Phone X23. So before we go into the lunch break, I would like to welcome again Mrs. Funk for some musical inspiration. So, hello, Mrs. Funk. And you will play, yeah. So, 2 pieces.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Dankeschön. So, yeah. Now we have very interesting also presentations of further projects and open source and capabilities of the software. And hopefully I'm now connected. No, I'm not connected to the screen. I will... Luca, Panio. I need connect.
If you don't need to,
Yeah, he will.
he will connect.
Okay. Mr. Panio? Where he is? He's coming. He's there. So yeah, find your place. HDMI, do you have?
Oh, wait, nope.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a HDMI on this laptop.
Mm-hmm. Anyone adapter?
Yeah.
Any other Mac users here?
Actually, now connect.
Okay, thanks.
And I give you the microphone.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Lindroid, the way of diversity. So today I will present you Lindroid. It's a project that allows you to use your phone as a convergent device. I already did present a similar project previous year, but we did change a lot this time. Previous year we did use Android on second screen, but the main issue was lack of Android apps that would be enough desktop oriented enough. Even Microsoft Office that exists for Android is still not really feature proof. It falls far behind LibreOffice, which is not very nice considering that even LibreOffice is probably not as diverse as Microsoft Office for PC. The browsers often have issues with tabs. Even though in last few years it was largely solved for major browsers on Android. And you still don't get apps for like photo editing.
Sorry, would you share that screen because then I could see the presentation, but now I share.
Okay, so I need to probably stop sharing it and share again. Share screen, entire screen. Okay, so I can share screen 2 with you. Does it work?
Perfect. Yeah.
So Lindroid allows you to access your Linux environment in just click away, no matter if you are currently home near to your big display or if you're on the go. It might be especially useful on tablets where Linux environment is still usable if you connect keyboard and mouse. Here is a small, rather technical diagram of how currently Lindroid works. As you can see, we are actually using Android app to display the Linux, but Linux is still running natively on your device in LXC container. We also plan to implement the audio pass-through, but it's planned for now. So I won't take more of your time with the slides, and we will move to actual presentation of the working prototype. So I will show you the actual screen, that I see on my next dock. Here, as you can see, there is a Volla Phone Quintus connected to the next dock. Oh, wait, what happened to the... Okay, give me a second. Because you can't see my screen. Okay, so we are back. Or no? No, the actually next dock is connected to the Volla. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, security feature. We do not show any content outside. Just a lock screen. Okay, so we are finally at the desktop. What? Oh, nope.
Ja, genau.
Okay, finally we have working Plasma. And we can, for example, use full desktop apps like LibreOffice. Yes, on the Volla Phone Quintus. Or you can use stuff like GIMP image editor. Also, you can, if you need to do something fast on the go, you can start Lindroid even directly on your device. And you will be right back to the environment you left. So that's it. Any questions?
It's awesome. Thank you very much. Questions?
Go ahead. Okay.
So during your demo, you used the Volla Phone Quintus. Does it have display portals mode?
No.
So what protocol you were using to use the next dock then?
Well, I did use a display link adapter, which actually
Ah.
works with Volla phones.
It's
And
display
there are
link.
devices
Yeah,
that
okay.
do not have the hardware display port.
So it's a software display link stuff, which is a feature in Android. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, display link works on Volla phones, and there are also displays on the market prepared for display link. just
Yeah.
for display.
But because it's an app, this would also probably be a great thing on the Volla tablet too, because it has a big internal screen and a keyboard
Yes.
for itself too.
Sadly, I can't show it. You can't tell Volla tablet because I wasn't able to prepare it. We have still some in progress for it.
Yeah.
Is it running as an app or system extension?
Well, there is an Android app which is used to display the whatever you see, and there are some few system modifications to allow for the LXC container to run.
How did you install then the open LibreOffice?
Well,
in that container?
after you've set up the container, you can just use it as a usual Linux desktop. So you can use the KDE Discover App Store to just download whatever apps you want.
Fine. And this container has access to hardware capabilities like audio in out.
Well, as of now, the audio is in progress. It's currently not yet working, but it for sure is planned. And everything that you see on display is hardware accelerated.
Okay. How it is with the keyboard? I think with the tablet it won't be a problem, maybe.
Well, you can use any hardware keyboard, or if you are on the go, you can enable the virtual keyboards in KDE.
Oh, okay. So with an USB hub, it should be possible to have a display and a keyboard.
Yes.
Does the container know what kind of human interface device is being used to move the pointer?
Well, currently we do support the pass-through of keyboard, touchscreen, and mouse, but it's easy enough to implement the pass-through of other devices. But yes, container do get the events specific to the device type.
So is the app only for display, or could you use the touchscreen on to also pass through inputs through the application?
Yes, the application actually captures the inputs. So you can use the touchscreen of the display which app is currently using.
And the container would know that it's a touchscreen?
Yes, for sure. We currently do not support, for example, different kind of game controllers, at least yet. So the container won't know.
Do you support drawing tablets, or do you plan to support drawing tablets?
Well, actually, we didn't yet look into the drawing tablets as separate units, but the stylus on the tablet touchscreen do work fine.
We have one question from the stream. Someone is asking, I couldn't really follow the Lindroid key messages. I assume Lindroid is an Android app which allows to virtualize a Linux system which can be displayed on an external monitor. Is that a fair summary?
Well, that's partially true, but a few key points are missing. First of all, you can use Lindroid on internal display as well, which is useful for tablets. And also, Lindroid is not just an app, there are a few other system modifications.
So could you summarize it for the guy in the comments?
Well, so Lindroid is a custom Android-based operating system that allows you to use a Linux app on your device at any moment.
So how's the file access between the native Android system and the LXC container? As these files are shared, how can they like synchronize and so on?
So as of now, you can access to your Android internal storage from the container, but we didn't implement it the other way yet. But it's doable.
Yeah, I'm always excited about our brilliant young developer. Give him our applause. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to see that product.
Thanks.
So and now I'm not online yet. I think I should connect my device again now. Let's see what happens here. So, full screen, and here we go. So, is Mr. Hamam Jian in the waiting? Nope? Oh, yes. No. Then I will try to ask him. So this is the next one with exciting presentation. Yeah. So, ja, spiel mal eben, ich guck mal, was ich tun kann.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Mr. Mustola, many greetings from Remscheid. Thanks for joining the Volla Community Days. Greetings to Finn. Mustola is a community member of the Druidian community. Druidian is also another free open source Linux operating system. And we offer it also, yeah, our plan is also to make it available for Volla phones. And so far I remember it's available via UBports installer for the Volla phone of the first generation, so far I remember. But we are also interested to make it available on the recent Volla phones, in particular for the multi-boot feature. So I'm very happy that you joined that conference, and
yes, thank you for
yeah, you're welcome to present Druidian.
Yeah, all right. So I don't have a webcam, but I'm using the Druidian camera right now on the Volla phone. So I'm gonna present to you the changes that have happened since Eric presented Druidian to you a couple years ago. And yeah, so let's begin. Well, the camera app, as you can see, has changed quite a bit. I will rotate this one moment. So now you can change cameras from here. So I can choose the back camera, and you can see like this. And then the other back camera is the widescreen or the fisheye lens. And then there's also video camera. All right, and the bottom navigation bar has changed. Before it was so that you had to tap to get the up screen, but now you can just swipe like this. Yeah, and then the quick settings have changed and got some updates. So now, for example, the Wi-Fi menu, you can long press on this to see the Wi-Fi networks, and you can connect right from here. And also the mobile networking is working, but my SIM card currently has some issue that we haven't yet solved. But on Eric's phone, it is working, and his SIM card. So maybe he can show the functionality over there. But yeah. We also have the Waydroid menu here. So Waydroid can be used to run Android apps. And here you can also select if you want to use vanilla Waydroid images without Google Apps, and then you can install the Google Apps image if you want to use those. I can start Waydroid from here it will take a few seconds for it to start. All right. So now I can tap on Show Android. And here we have it. And it's running here with the other apps. And then we can use the Android apps here. And when we are done with it, we can just close it and turn Android off from here. Then also Bluetooth is working. I can demonstrate. I have a Bluetooth speaker here with me.
Let me ask you a bit, can you give the audience a bit more context about Druidion? So Druidion is not just another mobile Linux operating system. It has a different user interface. I think it calls Fosh. That also some people may know from the Librem phone, I guess. And I think Druidion, the strength of Druidion is that it's quite close to the standard Linux, and that it's possible to just install Debian packages. Is that a good summary what Debian represents?
Yes, that is pretty much what Druidion is. It's quite close to just Debian, and
hello.
We use. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
All right. So yes. So I was saying, your summary was pretty close. So Druidion is very close to Debian, and we just use like Halium and libhybris and stuff like that to make it work on Android devices. And well, I can actually show you. We can install some regular Debian application. Let's say
can I ask you, what Volla Phone device are you using? I remember there was some effort spent to all devices that we have published. So are you working on the Volla Phone 22 or X23?
I'm working on both devices, but I'm showing this demo on the Volla Phone 22 right now. Hello? Can you hear me?
No.
Hello?
Install, not install. You can hear you now. Okay, you can go on.
Are you still able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I typed it wrong.
Thank you very much for a quick walkthrough the Druidian. So it comes with standard apps, and you are currently showing, I think, an installation process of a Debian package.
Yes, I'm
In a
installing
command
Chromium right now.
phase. Any questions maybe from the audience to Druidian? We will also have the chance to listen to Mr. Inkinen on site. He's also a Druidian expert and will show us another alternative user interface on the same operating system. That is very, very beautiful, and I hardly can wait to see it working. Maybe final words from your side. What do you think should people know about Druidian?
Well, I could also show that Flatpak apps work just fine. So we can easily install them from the software app. So let's say maybe pulse audio volume control. So you see it is coming from FlatHub. And like this, we have it installed. And now we can see it is in the app menu here, and it can be opened like any other application.
For the audience, Flatpak is an option to install desktop apps. We have one question.
Yes.
Not so much a question, but just wanted to clarify just the fact that the Flatpak is basically similar to Snaps. So you remember from yesterday's the presentation of UBports, they said they were including Snap support, so it would get more up-to-date applications directly from developers. So Flatpak is basically a very similar solution. Instead of Canonical backing it, it's Red Hat. So we have on Flatpak too a huge company backing it. Red Hat is a huge IT company owned by IBM. So it provides the same benefits. Of course, on Druidian you can install any Debian packages, but Debian packages are known to be behind in their versions. So they are getting usually security patches through, but then on feature updates are deferred to ensure stability and security. But if you need some application to be at its latest version, you can usually get it from either from Snapcraft or FlatHub. In our case, it will be FlatHub, and which provides definitely just newer versions. If you're, and also the confinement through bubble wrap, which is of course something that adds into the security, so it won't have access to your critical parts in the system. There is also a permission system on Flatpak, so you can have the application called Flat Seal if you want to fine-tune the permissions of Flatpaks. So, and that's everything is installable. You can also install apt packages from the GNOME software, the graphical user interface Chris showed, which is another great feature. The GNOME software tends to be a bit slow, so
yes,
that's something that when we are talking about Force, this is not something that Druidian itself develops. This is something we get from a third party, from Purism, and then the applications are from the GNOME stack that is provided by the GNOME Foundation's developing and managing that project. So it's the only point of this Druidian is to really just bring the Debian on Android phones. So you know, Mobian is another a similar project that's basically a mobile optimized version of Debian. They provide images for mainline devices such as the Bind phone and also the Librem 5. And then now Droidian fits into the cap where you have no mainline kernel, but you have a support for Halium, or you can learn Halium, and which is definitely much easier than porting a mainline kernel onto your devices to run Halium on it. And it's hacky, but it works, and it's a kind of this middle step in between the older Android phones and then like all of the efforts to get more closer to mainline experiences on actual devices off the shelf. But this is again something that is totally currently unfeasible to have a good performant device off the shelf able to run mainline Linux. So you need kind of this middle step to go towards something.
Thanks. I have a question. Maybe because we are very interested to provide Droidian for also for consumers or people who would like to explore something new. So my question is, you're using a Volla Phone 22. Is a Droidian already is that running also on the newer firmware of the Volla Phone 22 that also supports the new display? Because that would be the prerequisite to install it as a second operating system. Are you aware of that firmware change?
Yes, I recently learned about that, but we don't yet have support for the new display variant. But we already started a repository for that, and we have to start working on that. But yeah. Work has already started.
I got a kernel booting for the Halium 12 kernel booting on Volla Phone 22 this week. So we're this far that I have a kernel booting, but nothing works. And this happened earlier this week. And then there's a lot of work to make the X23 a more usable port. It runs, but we don't have yet. The kernel isn't yet built with Droidian toolchain and isn't packaged in a Debian package. So this is something that needs to be still worked on. And then there are minor other issues with the port. And the most stable port at the moment is the original Volla Phone. The Volla Phone X is really close to that at the moment, and the Volla Phone 22 is quite close to full functionality at the moment. So of the Droidian full functionality, all of them are missing encryption. It isn't supported at all on the newer devices, which we had to use root file system image-based method instead of the LVM-based method for some weird bug that we encountered. We didn't really understand what's going on, but the LVM image started to corrupt over time. But it doesn't happen with the root file system image method, so we just opted in to use that older method and keep it maintained for some of these devices that popped up that can just do with the LVM. But I think there's still no support for encryption of them. And then the older Volla phones, the Volla Phone and the Volla Phone X use LVM-based images, but then the touchscreen doesn't work in the initial RAM disk, which would be required for decryption or entering the decryption password. This is something that needs to be looked into. But otherwise, the original Volla Phone has, if I remember correctly, full feature matrix at the moment. And the X has too, I think.
Okay, so it's in progress then. So for the 22 and X23.
Yes.
Fine. So. Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else to add from your side?
Not anything special, but Droidian is still work in progress. We are quite close with the Volla Phone 22 already, as Eric said, but still some small things need to be worked on.
Okay, so let
thank
me
you
know
for inviting me.
if Esoun you have something that we can share via the UBports installer, and so that also for the devices that has not changed the display, and later if the firmware or it's updated to Halium 12, then we can add it as an option for multi-boot. Maybe even build with Qt shell. Yeah, thank you very much for joining the Volla Community Days. Thank you very much for your effort and work and enthusiasm for Dredion. And yeah, thanks for joining and good luck with the further development.
Thank you, and thank you for Volla Community Days. It has been very nice to watch.
Thanks. See you.
See you.
Ja, ist der Herr Hamanjian in Warteschleife. Ja, dann würde ich sagen, fahren. Inkinen. Dann machen wir damit, ja. Mr. Inkinen, the man who asked the most questions. So, he will give you the microphone and looking forward to see what you present. I remember it was last year or 2 years ago when you first time introduced it.
Yeah, the Qt shell. Well, I had a presentation of the Qt shell last year. And in 2021, I had a presentation presenting Droidion for the first time. So, so yeah, the cable.
Yeah.
Yep. Trinity. No. Okay. Good thing. No. That's detecting instruments. Okay. Oh. Yeah, looks blurry. That looks blurry. Yep. Can I turn volume down? Less stretching.
What do you need?
Well, can you turn volume off of that one? I can hear it. I can hear my own speech. That's start interfering soon.
Do you need more space?
No. Okay, so thank you for inviting me here. So first of all, who am I? I am an information technology student at Tampere University. I'm, in addition to developing the Qt shell, I'm a team member of the Droidion project too. And as I said, 2021, I had a presentation and demonstration of Droidion here. Yeah, the cable wasn't the best one. So in 2023, I had I had a presentation of Qt shell, and here's my email address if anyone wants to contact me. So the mission of Qt shell is to provide an easy to use and pretty mobile user interface and user experience for all Linux devices running either Halium or just on mainline Linux. The UI itself is inspired by Sailfish OS, but we're not intending to be a full clone, so we're taking the best bits of Sailfish OS and making them work even better for us. And Selfish OS has a couple of proprietary components, especially in the UI side. So we want to provide a fully open source solution. So we would be able to then assure people that they can audit our source code if they want. So which is not possible with proprietary source code in Selfish OS. We're currently at the moment are consisting of 2 people developing actively the system, and 2 people that haven't been actively involved but have been previously involved, and then some other small contributions from the community. So first, I'd like to take some more technical points on what has changed since the last year presentation. So we had last year just ported to Qt 6 from Qt 5, and now we're then also worked to make the whole system more like flexible and easily extendable by doing a lot of not so visible background work in the code. One of these big things was that we separated the actual shell from the Wayland compositor. So we have a Wayland compositor which still uses Qt Wayland. This time it uses the Qt Wayland C++ APIs. So it's not a QML application on its own. Then we have the shell, which is in 3 separate QML applications. And to display the shell, we of course needed to implement the layer shell protocol, which isn't by default implemented by Qt Wayland. So this was something we had to do on our own, but Qt Wayland does have a nice interface to extend on Qt Wayland and add additional protocols. So this made it possible that to be more modular and more flexible in future. So basically now we have the shell in, there's the home screen, which displays the app switcher and the notification screen. Then we have the panel, which displays the status bar and the quick settings drawer that comes down from the status bar, and also the lock screen itself. Then the launcher just displays the launcher grid where you can launch applications. And then we have a new keyboard. Last year we still used the Qt Virtual Keyboard, but it had its limitations. We couldn't use it with GDK applications at all. So we decided to basically, again, in the compositor implement new protocol so we can use text input version 3. And we also implemented a Qt Wayland client and Qt input method plugin. So although Qt 6 currently uses text input v2 by default, with our plugin it will be using text input version 3. That's a newer protocol and has some advantages over the older protocol. And then our keyboard communicates with the compositor using the input method version 2 Wayland protocol. But all of this is just to basically make the system more modular and flexible in terms of future changes. So then more of the notable changes, we actually moved our icons out of the applications mostly to an icon theme. Same goes for sounds. So the icon and sound themes are defined standardized by the freedesktop.org project as the XDG icon theme specification and XDG sound theme specification. Then we also introduced haptic supports, which uses feedback D, and on Droidian there is a modified feedback D, which will work together with libhybris and other Halium stuff. So this basically allows us to have vibration when tapping buttons, or vibration when you're receiving a call. Then we did also implement sensor support with Qt Sensors, and on Droidian also supports Qt Sensors plugin for sensor framework, which supports again Halium stuff. So we basically this way get proximity planking. So when you're calling and place your phone on your ear, you can still hear. You can hear, and then you can actually have the screen blanking, so you don't accidentally touch anything. And then we implemented in contacts as a new application since then. But all of the applications are pretty much still a minimum viable product. But this is probably, their development is probably going to accelerate because now we have a lot more flexible backend. A lot of the important work done in the backend to bring it from a proof of concept level to actually something that is easy to work on in future. And then there's just some other smallish UI improvements we have. Then I would like to show you the actual system on a device, if that's possible. Okay. Good. Can you get a camera?
I will come up.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So yeah, of course. Well, if you have any questions so far, you can of course ask. If anyone has any questions. Okay.
So actually, are GTK apps useful with scaling now? Because I remember that I did at some point test Qt, and it was a major issue.
You mean do GTK apps work at the moment?
Yes, I do remember the GTK app had issue with inputs when they're scaled.
They do work, at least at the moment, I think. There is no problems in GTK apps and their inputs, or they do have also the automatic focusing. So if you focus text field, you will have the keyboard coming up and everything like that. Okay. So yeah, this is one of the things that actually was improved by the fully new keyboard, as the fully new keyboard implemented the new protocols, and the V3, which is the newest text input protocol, is actually what GTK uses too. So making it the text input V3 supports it also fixed GTK pretty much, at least on input method level. Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, we can make a video with.
Okay, so so here is the Volla Phone 22, and we have here is the home screen. You can see we have currently no running apps, so there is also an indicator that says no running apps if you don't have running apps. Then if you swipe from the edge, you get the notifications, and then you can get the back. This works with both sides of the screen. Then from the if you drag down from the status bar, you'll get this quick settings menu, which you have some indicators, and then brightness control. You can also switch the theme from there. Then from down here, you can get to the launcher, where you have all of the applications. So this is a very basic set of applications, not everything you would probably expect, but still something. If you open, like, for example, settings, we can see here we have a really bare bones settings application where you can, for example, see Wi-Fi options, mobile network options, and audio control, and stuff like that. And then if you want to get back to the home screen, you can just swipe from the side of the screen. You can get to the home screen, and you can use the launcher whenever you're in an app. So you don't need to go to the home screen to launch a new app. And then when in the home screen, you can just close any app by just swiping the app towards the center of the home screen, like this. Yeah, and yeah, the keyboard looks like this. And you can also dismiss the keyboard by dragging down. Then you can also manually invoke the keyboard by swiping from the corner, like that. Yeah, all of the applications are really basic, but this is something, the application base is something we'll work on, and we're accelerating our work on that now that we have a lot of the backend stuff working better. I guess that's that then.
It's totally fine. Can you re-show if, I think you have an overview of our OpenX, right?
Yeah.
Similar to,
Yeah, the home screen, yeah.
Yeah, home screen. Can you show it? Because
Oh, okay.
the camera was not...
Okay. Yeah, I'll just have to open some applications and so you will have. So, yeah, there we go. So you have thumbnails of the applications that are real time. And no, it's actually scrollable. So you have like, I can open more applications to show. Like this is you can scroll in the application list, so they will be always static size, unlike in Selfish OS. And then you just when you want to close them, you swipe towards the center, like this.
Are they live? So if you watch a video...
Yeah, they are real time. Yeah. So
and what essential apps do you have? You have a browser, phone...
Browser, phone, contacts, SMS.
Settings for sure.
Settings, yeah. Camera, we use just Droidian camera on Droidian, so it's the same application. We have a terminal, so if you need to use command line, music player, and then widget playground, which is just for testing. So it's not a real application; it's just for testing widgets. Or showcasing.
Is Qt browser or?
So it's yeah, it's used. It uses Qt Web Engine, which is basically a Chromium embedded in Qt.
Ah, okay.
So it's yeah, it's basically it's Blink and some other things from Chromium.
Okay, that's fine.
And everything is also hardware accelerated because Qt uses the libhybris EGL, which gets a hardware acceleration through the Android firmware on the vendor portions.
That's fine. Do you have then your own App Store for these apps, or are you just using Droidian?
We are using currently just apt command line interface, but of course this is something that needs to be worked on. But as I said, our application base is very basic. So, for example, we don't have an alarm clock yet. This is probably something you would expect from a phone.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is something to be done. But now that we have done a lot of the bigger transitions in the backend, and it starts to be more flexible and modular, we can focus more on the actual applications and their usability. Now that we have something that kind of works in the back to support these applications and is good at that.
And do you follow the same approach like Sailfish, that you have an extension of Qt so that all the designs is applied implicitly?
So you mean like Silica? Yeah, we have a system similar to Silica, but of course Silica is proprietary. Our systems, and this is actually something we've tested also, that it's possible. I haven't maintained it, but it's possible to create another plugin for Qt that would implement the Silica API, but just using our basically our user interface. So you could pretty much from source recompile Selfish applications, and they would just work out of the box without modifying the actual source code. I actually like a couple of years ago had, or maybe a year ago, had a file manager from one of the Sailfish OS community developers running, and it works just fine. And I just compile directly source code and use the hacky plugin I made, but I haven't maintained it since it's something that's not critical and would take time to actually maintain properly.
Yeah, I think it's totally beautiful. And yeah, any further questions about Qt Shell? How to get and install it, maybe is a question.
Oh yeah, so currently we ship Droidian images on Droidian-based images on our GitHub, and on supported devices also UBports installer has a switch. When you select a Droidian, you will get another question: what desktop environment you want to use, presenting the options Fosh and Qt, so you can select between them. And there's also work done towards getting Volla boot manager support, and finishing up the ports actually, and getting the 12 ports required for the new display panel in Volla 22. This is something that I'm also working on together with Chris and Irfan Abdi.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. So it's still theoretically possible to offer Droidian with Qt Shell by default.
So as for the plan is to basically do that in the VBM as two separate options with Droidian with Fosh and Droidian with Qt Shell, and the technical aspects are basically just the same. So you just have two different images, but the installation process itself is the same.
The question is whether so the community of Qt Shell could provide possibly in the future images for the operating system as for multi-boot, for instance.
Yeah, currently we only have images for installing as a primary operating system in mobile phones, which can be installed either manually through command line or through UBports installer.
Yeah, UBports installer would be the first step, I think.
Yeah,
but
I think
it's not yet Qt Shell in the, but it could be.
It is in the UBports installer for I think 2 of the devices.
Yeah, really.
So you can install from Droidian from UBports installer with either Fosh or Qt on the original Volla Phone and the Volla Phone 22, and
is that a list option, Droidian or?
so if you select Droidian, you will have an additional question in there. So it will present another dialog to select the user interface, and it will present you with 2 options, Fosh and Qt Shell.
Fine, okay, it that way. Okay. Yeah, I like it very much. I like aesthetics and that the system is beautiful. Any further questions? Nothing? Comment?
Are you able to use? Are you able to use Qt Shell on your daily phone currently? Are you able to use Qt Shell on a daily phone, like on your OnePlus 6?
Can you say again?
Are you able to use Qt Shell on your daily phone?
So you mean like, am I able to use Qt Shell as my daily driver on? Okay. Yes and no. So I can use it, but I doubt that there are a lot of other people that would be happy using it. I mean, if you're using your phone only as a phone, then it's actually fine, because you have contacts. You can put your phone numbers, email addresses, and home addresses, and in the contacts application, and then you have a phone. You can call to these contacts, and you can also receive calls. You get a ringtone when you have a call. You get a vibration alert, and you get messages, also with ringtones and vibration alerts and notifications, and then you can send messages. So like phone operations are totally supported. You can also connect to mobile data. you have to enter your APN manually. It's not automatic yet, but if you enter your APN manually, you can connect to mobile network.
For sure, I understand that it's not for everyone, but like if you are able to use it yourself, at least it's a good sign, because when you have developers doggy fooding their projects, it means at least you notice the regressions and anything you introduce. But like for example, Nemo Mobile, they just make some changes and nobody tests them, and it's broken all the time, which is problematic.
Yeah, there is a benefit of using the software yourself, because you definitely notice if something breaks, and you really get the urge to fix it if you want your phone to work. But yeah, actually, my current daily driver is a Google Pixel 3a running Droidion with Qt Shell. So a good device. A good device.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming to Remscheid. I'm so glad and I appreciate your contribution. Thank you very much. Good luck. I'm looking forward to see that as an option in UBports installer. And yeah.
If anyone here after all of the presentation wants to see Droidion or Qt Shell hands-on, I have one phone with Forge and three Volla phones with Qt Shell. So if anyone wants to take a look, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay, you can have your hands on afterwards. We have enough time to discuss and talk. Fine, perfect. I would like to also see it, definitely. Yeah, so let's have a look whether Mr. Hamanjian is online. Not. Oops. So then we may have the next question. Do we have from the BChat team a video with a demo that we could show? Is Mr. Quinn already still here? You're here. Is it? Hello.
One moment. I'll share it with you. Is it on Signal? I should send it?
You can send it to Signal, yes.
I recommend lowering a little bit the volume on the TV. There's a ringing sound on the video. It's quite high. So. All right.
Okay.
So the demo itself is not all that impressive, but I'm going to walk you through it. So these are.
Teilen.
You need to share the screen so I can show it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, just like that.
No, yeah, yeah.
All right.
So then we go here.
Right. So these are just two smartphones right now not connected to the radio devices. The interesting thing is you're going to see some texting, but you're also going to see a live audio call. It's a bit difficult to show a live audio call if two phones are right next to each other, but the live audio call is happening. So if you can play the video, you will see that there's live audio communication, which wasn't possible before with other radios. At the same time, it wasn't possible before. So it's like a walkie-talkie type of thing, but we've enabled it that it can happen at the same time. Hopefully you'll be able to hear some echo.
Maybe if we can look in the chat whether anyone has contributed to the hackathon. Is anyone already ready to present? Otherwise, I would use the time to show what we skipped this morning. Some demonstration or some hints to security. Do we have some people in the chat that participated in the hackathon? Maybe not this year. Could be. I will ask in the. Wer?
Ja, genau.
Ja?
Der hatte auf jeden Fall heute sogar schon gepostet, dass er remote am Hackathon teilnehmen wollte.
Ah, das ist doch gut. Developer Community. Frage ich mal eben.
Mal gucken, sonst
Who wants to present the...
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Okay, so maybe there was one participant in the hackathon, but he has some issues to present his results. Maybe he can make it working. Maybe one of our Volla team can share the link as a presenter. He may use a camera to show the device if he can't share it on his screen. This morning, I also announced to give some security tips that are very basic tips. That's just a list of 2 slides, and I would like to also show it on the Volla Phone Quintus. Very, very simple things. I think it would be a good idea to have that very simple manuals for regular consumers out, how they protect their device. Here is a list of some tips. We also have a flyer in German language for 12 tips for mobile security, very basic, because I realized that some people that are aware of the need for privacy or protecting their privacy on the mobile phone are focusing on some corner cases or some details. It's not wrong to do that, but sometimes they miss out the very essential things. Therefore, for the most people in that room, it's owed to Athens, but maybe we publish that slides, or my idea is to give maybe in our YouTube channel some advice how to set up the device to protect users' privacy. I think the main idea of the Volla phone with Volla OS is you get the device, you unpack it, and you put in your SIM card, and then you have basic security in the way that you don't need to set up any account or Google account or iCloud, and you have all the apps that do what they should do and don't collect data or send telemetrics. So the device is ready to use if you get it, if you open the box and insert your SIM card. And then it depends what you will do with the device. One important thing is, again, for most of you, it's trivial that you protect the device with a PIN code or phrase. I wouldn't recommend to protect the device with a gesture, because in public people can look at you, or it's quite easy to assume the gesture to unlock a device. Therefore, so we have it in English and German, so everyone can follow, also the regular consumers. And then it's more for your convenience that you use the biometric protection of the device. We have fingerprint sensor on Volla OS, also on Ubuntu Touch, and we have, as a new feature, we have face recognition. The benefit is, if you use the fingerprint sensor, it's not only convenient, also if other people are around you, if you are in a public, no one can see what PIN code you are entering. As I said, a gesture, it's even more easy to see or spy on it. So biometric sensor is a way of convenience, and on a way that is quite hidden, or if you use it even in a public space. The next thing I would also like to highlight is to use trustworthy apps. For good reasons, or for some people are looking for, maybe on custom ROMs, people can't use the Google Play Store. and then they use other app stores that are available. It's not only Aurora. We have chosen Aurora because Aurora is kind of man in the middle in a positive way, or proxy, a mediator. I think it's the best way to tell it. A mediator between you as a user and the Google Play Store. So the apps that you get are from the Play Store. So you are legally on the right side because the apps are published by the developers into the Google Play Store for that purpose, and you use it for the purpose they are published for. If someone just copies APKs and provide it for download somewhere else, it could be not legal. And you are at least sure that the apps are not compromised by some third party. If you download an APK somewhere else, you find, oh, there's maybe a chat app or that is not from the store. It could be compromised, or it could be forked with malware in it. So for sure, we don't know what Google is doing, but it's not so critical like iOS. Just as a note, I developed many years for the ecosystem of Apple. And if you provide an app into the Apple App Store, then it's built on the Apple side, and Apple is doing some add-ons to the apps that are in the store. So as a developer, finally, you can't know what Apple how the app is working, or what Apple is adding to that app. But this is how, because Apple is very strict with the App Store, and it only allows on iPhones and iPads these Apple App Store. Trustworthy sources is very important. And then we have F-Droid. It's a quite good store where developers provide their apps. It's usually there for most everyday use cases. You find alternative apps that are open source. The good thing for Aurora is they have also a system to check whether there are some embedded trackers in the app. So you can decide, do I want to have that app or do I want not? And if you choose between some options, if you use maybe some app to measure the loudness or the sound or the lightness, some simple tool, then you usually have many options in the Google Play Store or Aurora Store, so you can choose the one that is free from the trackers that have been found or reported. Therefore, apps for also another thing is if you install an app, for the people in the room, it's trivial, but maybe some people that are listening to this event remotely, or maybe later on our YouTube channel, if you start an app, you should shortly reflect the permissions an app is asking for. And so if there are some apps that they request to manage the device, then you should be carefully use. You can do it, but you should know that you do it, and you need to trust the app that it doesn't. This app wouldn't do something malicious with your device. So look at the permissions if you start an app. And if some apps are using, so Android becomes better and better. So if you have an option, for instance, to use the camera or the microphone, only if the app is in use, you should choose that permission instead of the microphone is all the time in use. Because if you have a messaging app that runs with a service in a background, you don't know whether what you are speaking is captured. That was happening in the past by the Telegram app. Not Telegram, it was a Twitter app, where the Twitter app captured what you are talking, even if you don't use the feature to post on a voice post or something. So that is important, and it's important to know that many apps run services in the background. And then I said you should carefully reflect it. And there's also a way to just grant the permissions while you use the app, and afterwards you can maybe also delete or remove that permission to an app. This is possible. So for some apps you don't really trust, maybe your boss says you need to use that video conferencing or app, and then you activate a microphone and camera, and after the video session you can remove the permission. It's also a possible way. Yeah, that's the thing. We have also different ways to protect you for some permissions. With Volla OS 13, you have a global setting for microphone and camera, and you have a per app setting and some apps also provide that microphone and camera is only, you have the permission if the app is in use. These are the good apps that make use of that new distinctions of permission that Android is offering. We have the security mode. I would like to show it. And also for messaging, we have introduced the Relay app. Hopefully many people are using it. It becomes popular. Therefore, we plan also to offer the Relay app for macOS, Linux, and Windows. So the more people that are using that app, it becomes more and more popular. That's our idea. And we roll out the Volla Cloud later also on all devices. This is our promise of sustainability and long value of the devices, that even people from the beginning, they benefit from all the innovation that come later, if it's technically possible, as I said yesterday morning. But the Volla Cloud is this one essential feature that we will introduce also. And and also I would also highly recommend not to root devices if you doesn't hear from it, and that you can do some rooting. It's okay, but some people would like to root the device because they maybe I explain differently. If you start the device as a user, also the device starts with a technical user, and this technical user is has very highly limited permissions to do something. So the technical user, you can install apps and then you need to grant permissions to several features like access to camera, microphone, location, and all that kind of things. But it can't do it can't modify the operating system and things. This is, I think, an important mechanism to protect the device. Some people would like to install apps, magics, or to root the device, to install some low-level firewall. The intention is good, but you also open a door to malware. That is my warning, because the malware could become root permissions for any reasons, and then it can modify the system. This is how Trojans also working and so on. You would like to add something?
Yeah. Actually, issue is not specifically in root, but issue is not in root in itself, but rather in unlocking the bootloader. To root, you need to modify the system to allow some apps to access system on lower level. So you need to unlock bootloader for that, because otherwise every image is have a signature which is verified on boot, and if the signature verification will fail with locked bootloader, you will end up in red boot state, which won't let you proceed with boot process. So the issue is with unlocking bootloader, because after you unlock your bootloader, I can take your phone and flash whatever I want. Like I can introduce backdoor to your phone.
Yeah. So yes, so and for people that are flashing their devices for any reasons, and also there, if you flash a device with a custom ROM, please lock your bootloader afterwards again. So don't forget this. This is important. But so here's the Volla Quintus I have in my hand. I love it. It's like a screenshot in my hands. As I said yesterday, it's sometimes you need to use apps that you don't really trust because they don't work without Google Play services. Even some simple things. To open this door, for instance, we have an app and it's called Nuki, and it's using the push notifications of Firebase to open the door. I don't really like it, but it wasn't my decision. But I need it because I need to go to the door. And therefore, we have some things like a combination of micro-G and the security mode. If I go to settings here, and I go to apps, I think I should switch the language at first. I'm very sorry that.
You need to pull them up.
Yeah, here we go. I'm not sure why English in brackets Germany. I don't know. I think they have English for several countries. I think British English is quite different.
Like spoken like written.
Yeah, the S and the Z and yeah, so we have it here. So if you start the device with the onboarding, then you can choose if you activate micro-G. You can do it at that situation or later, and you can activate it. Without activation, it is like it isn't installed. So that's important. That it's very important because many people don't want it. I also, for myself, I only want to use it in specific moments. If you activate micro-G, micro-G is a substitution of Google Play services in a way. And so your Google-free device has access to the Google Play services. It simulates as if the Google Play services are installed on the Android device, in this case on the Volla phone. And in the system, it appears some settings for micro-G, so you can do some more in-depth configuration. For instance, you can do cloud messaging. I think I need, first of all, need something, device registration. And then now I can go to Google Cloud, and then it has also Google Safety Net. Google replaced Google Safety Net by something else. What is the name? Pardon? Yeah, so it's a new name and a new API. It's an improved way. And we are also, our developers are working hard to see how we can simulate it. By the way, also some people asked us in the chat, in the forum, for the, what is it called? It's a F3 certification for to see high HD videos from, how is that video? White line, level 3, level 1, needs to be achieved for the HD videos from, how is that called? Netflix. Yeah, Netflix. Yeah. Netflix. Yeah. So we try also our best. We are currently also in contact with our vendors to apply for that certification that you can enjoy HD videos on the tablet. That makes sense. And also we do our best to also implement that so that we can fake a Google Play device like it's for safety net here. It's very interesting that MicroG is an open source project, but it was even supported by I think the Ministry of Education in Germany for a while. That is a quite interesting point. So you can configure here the Google services you may need to use. I think there's also somewhere Google Maps or so, but I think that's using location modules, things like that. So this is possible. So now you can also install and run the most apps that require, for some reasons, the Google Play services. Yeah.
What about NFC payments? Is it going to be possible on Volla?
Yeah, that's possible.
How does it work with
currently it isn't actually. Currently it isn't possible. At least not with Google Wallet.
Not with Google Payments. I think we make the hard job for Denmark, because in Denmark, I think he's the guy who managed it, basically, that we make the MidID app running. So that MidID app, it's unfortunately that how the things are evolving. So the people in Denmark can't do banking or other daily stuff without that identity app. And we made it running with some tweaks and hacks. So it simulates that it's an appropriate registered Google device, okay? So people in Denmark can use it. I think we need to, there are many different approaches how some app developers like to protect their device. In Germany, banking apps are tested, so Deutsche Sparkasse, Volksbank, Deutsche Bank, I think also, Commerzbank,
N26, die Deutsche Bank, die Postbank, Revolut. Was gibt's denn da noch? Also alle die
ING, glaube ich. ING.
Funktionieren alle.
Ich glaube, es ist eine Bank, das ist die Renault Bank, die nicht funktioniert.
What he meant was like payment with NFC, not the banking apps themselves, they are working, but the payment over NFC. That's what he meant.
Well, it might work for some banking apps that do implement the NFC payments themselves, even though such apps are not very similar in Europe.
I actually didn't try it. I use several banking apps, but I don't use NFC payments.
At the cash system in the supermarket or so.
Yeah. Only pay cash.
Yeah, I'm also very old-fashioned. I use a separate QR code scanner, so you have to do the banking accounts. So that's the most safe way. A different device, you have your card, you have your PIN, so you have distributed ownership and knowledge. So if you have ownership and knowledge distributed, this is always the best way. If it's split it up. We have also some exciting thing in research and development we are thinking about. And then we have the, I think we definitely need some manual and also some video on it. So I now need to see, because, yeah, I use it usually with a German. So we have security mode. And this is security mode with 3 tabs I showed. So I can organize which apps are blocked if security mode is activated. And I can activate and deactivate the security mode in the Volla launcher, quite easy with a swipe. And we have also added an option in the quick settings. Here are all the optional quick settings. Maybe you know that you configure it yourself. And we have at the bottom, we have also a tile for a quick setting to activate and deactivate the security mode to make it quite easy and fluent in your daily usage. And we have also a switch for micro-G to turn it off and on. So quite easy. So that is to help people to use it for their everyday life. I use it mostly in the launcher. So if you swipe 2 times, then you have here that a way to security mode.
Yeah, I think the being so close.
So it froze. Okay, that's quite easy to. I just need to restart. No, it was just a delay. Sometimes it's too much for VNC to follow. Yeah, you have here. You can activate the security mode, and 1, 2, 3, 5. Very easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So and.
Password you should not use.
Yeah. But this is a way. Maybe our army have used it for the video conferencing. Yeah. So and if you use it, then you see that. Then you can easily unlock it. You need to unlock it with a password for sure. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense if you use it to protect your children. That's the way to use it. And there's no backdoor. I think we are often discussing in the developer team how we offer a second option to unlock the bootloader, because some people don't remember the password, and then our customer support say, we can't do anything, it's a secure phone, there's no backdoor. You need to make a factory reset. So please remember your password, okay? So otherwise we can't do anything. This is what we introduce, but this is a side note for the corner case. If you have more than one user of one device, that was a bug in the past, but we will make the security mode multi-user ready. So let's go again to security, apps, notification, storage. Where do we have security? Here we have. Yeah, as I said, so here you can configure it. This configuration page is not available if the security mode is on for sure. So for good reasons. So you can say my children, so I don't want that maybe the app stores are available, because as parents I would like to decide what apps are installed. Or if you're an employer, then you say my employees. I can't afford an MDM, but I define this is a smartphone and define what my employees can do with their device. Or you can maybe you can here block some app, as I said, like Teams or some software you use rarely and you don't really trust. I use it also for another reason, honestly. I put all the apps on the list I use rarely, and then afterwards I have a very cleaned up overview in the app grid. It's just peace in my mind to see not all the apps. It's also a way, and it speeds up the device. So if you have many apps installed, maybe hundreds, then you can also help that you have less battery drain and more power if you have such many background processes. And you can use the security mode also for that purpose. It's not designed for it, but I use it for this reason also. Then we have here the micro-G. So then you can say if you can connect the micro-G setting to the security mode. You can say, as soon I unlock the security mode, I would like to enable micro-G. And if I activate security mode, micro G is blocked. So it's outside, and this is, and also you can app installation at all disabled, so that no one grants the permission maybe for the file system app to be able to install applications. So you can generally prohibit to or protect the installation of further apps. Makes sense. Maybe it's even legally necessary if you have devices for your employees to be compliant to GDPR, that no one plays games or whatever on the device. Yeah, here we have an example. It's about blocking the domains. We have a whitelist and we have a blacklist. So if you use a whitelist, then all apps, including the browser, can only access the domains you have defined. Therefore, we have a GitHub project, and also parents, pedagogues, teachers are invited to collect appropriate web pages to children, because here you can have templates. Let's go. Import security templates. No, this is going to the whitelist. So we have templates, not so much yet. Hopefully we have for each country, maybe soon in UK, as you heard yesterday, and maybe for Denmark, because we are intensive in sales. There's a quite interesting law out. So the Danish government decided that the Chromebooks are forbidden for schools in the next year, or in the next school year. And so currently the schools and the communities are looking for new vendors, and they're rare vendors, and that makes me happy. Anyway, so you can contribute to that project. We collected some pages in Germany. We have Blinde Kuh, Sendung mit der Maus, und things like that. But you can also apply that templates, and for sure you can easily add the domains you want. Maybe the domain from the school, for instance, that you would like to allow. Or if it's a working device for your employees, maybe some nursing service, then that should just connect to the central management to report or something, so you can limit what they can have access to. And also for the blacklist, all apps have no access to that domains that you define here. And we created some templates. We published also an update this year for that. And that helps you because there are so many domains out. So just I make it here, I tap everything, you see what's possible, what we are targeting. Also tracking, scam, and all that kind of things. So or phishing, so you are protected if you accidentally tap on a link in a mail or something like that. Or porn or something, and malware and tracker. This is interesting. So you can use then even you can use an app that has some trackers, but then the trackers in the apps are blocked, but the app is still working. So that's a very nice compromise. Maybe you would like to use Spotify or something.
They have 7 or 9 trackers.
Yeah.
You got 2 questions.
Yeah.
They want to know where I am.
2 questions, yeah?
One question, is it possible to do a full backup of Volla devices?
Yes, sure. I will show it. Just the last. First of all, I show the first tab. The last tab that we introduced also, I think 1 month ago or 2 months ago. This is that you can allow the apps to run. But they have no access to the internet at all. So you say, makes no sense, maybe the music app, and then you have a globe at the right side, and it's stroked through. The apps that are blocked are anyway stroked through, but then you have music app that is stroked through. Could be, for instance, on the tablet you would like or must use Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint or something, and this is talking every time to the Microsoft 365, and not only telemetrics, it also sends content. And so if you don't like to have that, you can disconnect the Word app. When I was forced to use the Microsoft apps in the other company I worked for, then I used it also on my Mac. I totally blocked the Microsoft apps, so I could use it with a peace in mind. And sometimes I need to unblock it then because Microsoft asks for confirmation of the subscription or the license or something. But then I don't open a document. I just open the app then, and then the license is confirmed. Then I close the app and then block again the internet connection. So quite easy. And this is also a nice, useful feature, I think. And then I would like to pick up the next question. So this is a security mode, quite useful, and I think we will continue to work on it. Let me just answer the question in the system settings. There are so many things that you can. We have also Seed Vault as a backup solution that is already part of the Volla OS since Volla OS 10 or so, I think. And so you can activate it. Yeah, I don't type it now. So you need to record or note these words to encrypt and later to recover your backup.
Okay, you can just show it on camera because the Android doesn't allow you.
This is anyways, this is also another security feature that some apps can't be streamed. So and I don't go to all that steps. So it's in the settings, and it's called here Seed Vault, and you can use as a target SD card, and also a USB stick or a USB drive to do the backup. And yeah, as we announced yesterday, our plan is to do it more convenient, that you can do it with Volla Cloud. And so the storage then of the data that you back up is then distributed with your trusted peers and vice versa. And maybe we can make it to have a Volla hub that even includes some storage. So you have also your storage device. Maybe you remember the time machine of Apple. It's so convenient. The time machine rescued my business life many times, I can tell you. So and if you work all the time with your MacBook, and then it sometimes happens that you accidentally remove data. So also the intention, the long roadmap of that backup app, Recover, is that it makes a smart backup. A smart backup means that it takes not all the power and resources of the device at the beginning. So you can't do almost anything in the first days when you start your backup. The idea is to prioritize the data on your device, starting with your contacts and so on in the background, saving the battery and continuously doing the backup. And as soon the backup is done, then you should do it incrementally. And the vision of the recovery app is also that if you run out of space, the backup is smart enough to realize, okay, you run out of space, I put something into the backup space, but it looks like if the data is already still available, so it's virtually available. So maybe you have, then it's smart in the background, you have a peace in mind, and the system is doing for you on a secure and private way. Yeah, and you can recover the data then The attention is with recovery, that you can every time recover parts of the data. Seed Vault is a classical backup solution. So once you have made a factory reset or you have a new device, during the setup wizard, you are asked for a backup. Then you plug in the USB stick or put the SD card in, and then the device is recovered. That was also the way how I moved from the Volla Phone of first generation to the Volla Phone 22. Yeah, and this is important feature, I think. I think should just restart the launcher, because it's not currently the launcher doesn't capture live the change of the language. So here we have Springboard, and let me have a look at the Aurora store. Hopefully we get a ticket, because the main idea is that there are a lot of it's a pool of Google accounts, and you get randomly one of that pool of Google accounts if you are logging anonymously. Yeah, maybe we can have a look for the, you said, what app can we look? What is the music app? Spotify, yeah. Spotify. And here we go. This is quite usual with information about the app. But what I very like is, yeah, permissions. It says what permissions it has, and privacy report. Yeah, and so there's no additional privacy. More changelog.
6 known trackers.
Yeah, no, yeah. 6 known trackers. This is apply for a new tracker report, and then you can jump in, and there should be explained. So sometimes they have also in-app that report. But here I move, maybe it's fast, I don't know. Usually it's right in the app.
Another question from the chat was, could I allow micro-G only for individual apps independent of security mode?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Micro-G in app itself can specifically allow or not allow it for other apps.
Yeah, but it's a good idea to limit access to. Yeah, it's a system extension. Yeah, it's a system extension.
Actually, what we potentially could do is we could implement a feature when micro-G is specifically enabled only after you start some specific app. Like I can set up, so you'll be able to set up that if I open this specific app, I need micro-G till I exit that app. And then we will enable micro-G only while app is running.
Oh yeah, okay, very nice idea. So that's the reason why we sit together.
Gehen Sie nochmal auf Spotify. Da sind Sie schon.
Jetzt habe ich Spotify Lite, das ist aber...
Genau, aber wenn Sie jetzt, genau nochmal da, wo wir eben waren, so, und wenn Sie jetzt hier auf Privacy klicken.
Ach so, hier, ja.
Privacy,
ja, this is here. Yeah, then they're in app. Yeah. Here you see Google Crashlytics and Facebook login. And there's some... maybe some ads at YouTube. Yeah, yes, that's anyway. And there's some in particular some tools that are free, and they have a lot of usually a lot of trackers. Podcast player app, I don't know. They found a lot of trackers. So who would like to Facebook 3 different Facebook ads for sure, analytics, Google AdMob. So the developers look like they would like to earn money from Google and Facebook and Google Firebase Analytics. So to analyze telemetrics and so on. Yeah, so I think this is quite useful to see that and to activate this security mode. Yeah, and yeah, I think that was a quick walkthrough. I also would like to highlight that with our our app for navigation, you can use offline navigation. It's also a good, not only good if you are in a rural area, in a countryside, where you have a weak connection, to load the map instantly. So you have everything then preloaded, and it also protects your privacy because no one is tracking you where you are going with your ID, if you have Google Maps, for instance.
It works even on an airplane.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it works even for an airplane. Yes, indeed. So that's also a nice feature. It was important for us, and a little bit hidden to activate the language, but now we have implemented text-to-speech, so there's no reason anymore. Der Bildschirm schon, huh? Yeah, so before we had text-to-speech, someone really needs to dive into the settings of that Maps app to find downloading the voice for navigation, but now we have text-to-speach in several languages. By the way, text-to-speech, we are also working hard on speech-to-text. We are working hard on a better model, AI model. It's because currently it's a very lightweighted model that can be executed on the device. So in a lightweighted model means it's not the best one. It doesn't capture punctuation. But we are working on a fork of Whisper, or we're using Whisper. And there's a lot of power in that devices. In the Volla devices, the chipset supports natively TensorFlow. This is something for technicians, but it's a technology that the chipset itself supports executing AI models, and that would help us. For instance, it's our plan to use a very rich speech to text model like Whisper on the devices. That is then the execution is hardware accelerated. That is our plan. It's a lot of work, and that is also yesterday VNC when we talked about artificial intelligence. We will make use of the capabilities of that powerful hardware. Yeah, so that are some things. I think I hope that we can more and more make some introduction videos of different features that Volla OS offers, in particular the security features. And yeah, and if you can also have in the security settings, let me see, it should be also security, and it's called now face and fingerprint sensor, and you can also activate here the face unlock. Also fingerprint and face unlock, that is something that is only processed on the device. Also, there are some apps that are using fingerprint for authentication. So these apps have no access to your hash for the fingerprint. They just use a service. They ask the operating system, please authenticate, and then they get a yes or no back. So that is also very important to know if it comes to security. Yeah, so, and maybe that also you can always control and check the security afterwards, and to check the security settings. And you have even, most people see, you have here settings where you can set the camera access globally, the microphone access globally, And yeah, this is, and you have a privacy dashboard to see which apps are having which, what kind of permissions. So you can all the time you can check if you have maybe not make a mistake in a hurry that you grant access to any app accidentally and you don't want it, so you can correct it at any time. So that was some recommendations about security. So last, maybe we have further questions, but also question, did Mr. Winkler manage to come in? No.
I also sent him a link by Instagram.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Greetings to Mr. Winkler. Yeah, he was also working for us. So any other questions? Okay.
On the speech to text with Whisper, one of the areas that I've just been exploring a little bit is using HoloChain to enable communities to be able to collaboratively train machine learning models on private data without sharing that underlying data. So doing a federated machine learning, which was pioneered initially by Google on mobile phones, right? But I'm interested in actually, so I was wanting to do that without a server in the middle. Using HoloChain. And I came across the question of how do you deal with noisy contributions, right? These noisy contributions. Should I be speaking into a microphone? I've spoken at another event about this a little bit, but so with HoloChain, I'm interested in doing a federated machine learning kind of thing, which is basically this idea of, hey, we're going to train a model, but we're not going to actually push all the data into one place and then train against that data. We're going to keep the data on our own small devices. It's typically been cell phones when Google pioneered it originally. On that device, you're going to do some machine learning, and then you're going to share the model weights. So you don't share the underlying data, you share the model weights. And then traditionally the way Google did this is they combined those all together into one big model. So millions of contributions. And this enabled them to do better things like, are you likely to share that photo? So they could do a better job of recommending, hey, we think this might be a photo you'd want to share, right? So that was the kind of stuff that they had both sides of the data to really make predictions about. One of the contexts that I've been interested in, and might be a good fit with Volla to go for us and maybe get some students in AI that I met last week from IIT Madras, Zanzibar, to dance with us on, is speech to text that is refined for your accent, for your community's ways of, right? So there's not, I sort of stumbled into this, what I call holographic machine learning, because I was trying to figure out how you deal with noise or noisy contributions. And one of the things I realized is, don't try to converge to one big single model for the whole community. Enable the community to be sort of discovering whose model weight contributions seem to be proving useful to me. Who else finds those useful, those particular ones? Okay, what are the other model weight contributions that those people have found useful? You weight that a little more heavily as the next thing you might want to try out and incorporate. And my belief is that what ends up happening here, we haven't really done too much building yet with this, is you don't end up converging to one big model. You end up converging to a variety of smaller models, or a variety of models, I should say. They're not necessarily smaller. That are, the divisions are along the lines of actually differences within the community that are immanent in the underlying data. So if you and I, the original context I was looking at this stuff in had to do with food and what happens to my blood sugar. My brother-in-law is Native American. My sister looks like me, not Native American. When he eats corn, his blood sugar level doesn't change at all. When she eats corn, her blood sugar level spikes. It's a context like that where the same input in one population results in a different output than it does from another population. That's a context where your models are going to diverge. Well, with accents, the side of the question for me that starts to surface here is, okay, how do you get that was right, that was wrong? Is it typo correction? right? Is it that sort of, is that the input on the other side that helps us figure out whether or not it's actually outputting an appropriate output per the view of that user? But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out and see if there's anything like that that seems interesting, relevant, etc.
Yeah, for sure. That's the reason why we sit together and have that inspiration. Yeah, currently we are using trained or static, then trained models that are just executed or used. When I worked for the Apple ecosystem, I have some experience with open models. So we have a kind of base model. Like you have make photos and to distinguish animals or realize animals, for instance, but you would like to train the model further on top. This is my dog, so that the model is can identify that to identify a specific person. So that makes totally sense. In Germany, we have still some accents. I wished I have a translator for my grandma. She came from Bavaria. I couldn't understand her. Yeah, so it was a problem. And I think also in other countries are different accents and dialects.
One of the things, one of my beliefs around how AI is going to evolve is we're not going to do these giant LLMs for everything for very long because they're just too big, too heavy, too energy intensive, etc. We're going to refine smaller models that are better fit for purpose for various contexts. And this idea of, oh, it's not a one size fits all speech to text model. It's the speech to text model that fits me and a bunch of other members of my community well enough, right? You may end up with something that's totally customized to you, but more likely you're going to stumble forward with a community of people that are speaking close enough to you that it's good enough. And my hunch is that lets you get away with a much smaller model that has much better performance. And so I'm excited to see what that journey looks like.
So the Apple ecosystem is amazing. We have to admit, they have amazing engineers, and they can even execute open models on their Apple Watch. So that it's really amazing what they are doing, and they have a lot of tools to develop great application in that direction. So that
means it's possible.
Yeah, this is possible. This is possible at least. And even on small devices. And thank you very much for that inspiration. To have any further comments or questions?
Also, the processing chip contained in the Roon device, the FPGA, it is highly optimized for mathematical calculations, also used for AI and machine learning. So apart from using it for digital signal processing to improve the performance of radios, it could also speed up AI by offloading some tasks from the Volla Phone and perhaps speed up 5 to 10 times speech to text.
This is my vision anyway, also from a patent that I mentioned yesterday. I think Mr. Schmidt has done. Yesterday it was very inspiring when he talked about when he talked about Oniro and the vision of Oniro that they distribute tasks. I think that is very, very interesting. It was I recommend you to search for the Neptune project from Indiegogo. It never became real, but it's very interesting, the vision they had, that they had just a smartphone as a device, as a central hub. And then you take any accessory for your use case. You get maybe something, a display that looks like a smartphone, or you take something that looks like a laptop. But the central device is your watch with your data, but you distribute the tasks like rendering and some calculations and so on.
So it would be possible. My engineers have confirmed that it could speed up 5 to 10 times specific AI tasks. So you could offload. So the TensorFlow part is really critical. Actually, it can't work without that. It just can speed up some of the mathematical calculations that need to be done by the smartphone because it's highly optimized. So Yeah, I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's someone else. Yeah.
All right, so something that may play well with that as well. There's a guy in the holochain ecosystem named Joshua Weil. He's based out of New Zealand, and he's been dorking out a little bit over the last year or so on both holochain and AI. And we've actually pulled him in a little bit to do some developer training materials to create the next round of developer training content. And the example app that people will be building at the end of this developer training is basically an app for a community to be able to do, hey, you can use my hardware. Hey, you can use my model. Hey, you can use my data, right? And that can be for free, that can be for pay, right? But to enable that kind of little ecosystem. But that's the app that they build at the end of the Intro to Holochain course. So that'll be kind of fun to see if you can just take the intro app and go, okay, let's do some of this offloading of stuff.
It's closely related. It comes when I get that inspiration. I have to think about GNU Health, that was presenting last year. GNU Health is related to the GNU Foundation, and they offer solutions in the medical sector to manage hospitals, to manage labs, and to manage patient records. It's the complete opposite of what is introduced by the governments, at least in Germany. They would like to have a centralized patient records, and the idea is to have distributed patient records. And so the patient owns his or her data, and the patient decides, if he goes to a physician, which data he or she would like to share in that moment. And everyone can also decide to anonymize his or her data and offer it for research. And therefore, then the puzzles match together. So the research labs that are using that kind of software, it's a quite sophisticated software. University of Hanover is working with it. Many hospitals all over the world. And also the UN, they're related to the UN university. And the idea is, I think we learned it in the last years, in particular in the proclaimed pandemic, that it's very important to have reliable data that comes not from the pharmaceutical industry, but maybe from the people, and then to do AI on top, to do analytics on top, and come to the conclusion, so that people are able to donate their anonymized data to the public, to have public data that every researcher at any university can use to conclude theories or falsify theories. Sometimes it's also important. And this is also goes in that direction, maybe also regarding patient records. If you have the health app that is currently also written in a conventional way, that we use the holochain for that health app for that kind of distributed calculation.
There's the distributing the calculations part, and then again the holographic machine learning. The original context for me was I called it originally gamers with diabetes because the idea there was, hey, gamers have access to GPUs because they buy them for their gaming. A good portion of gamers have diabetes. Well, diabetes often is related to food choices. Right? My brother-in-law had really major health issues, and then he shifted his diet in a way that actually fit with how his ancestors had ate. And all of a sudden he went from I'm taking 13 pills all the time to I'm taking nothing and I no longer have diabetes. Right? And so that sort of if you as a community can figure out, what fits. So for me, this was sort of like, what's the use case number one for enabling that coordinated amongst a community kind of healthcare insight generation type stuff. Yeah. I'll say one other thing, which is along the lines of what you just mentioned, but a little different context. And it doesn't necessarily have to do with holochain so much, but an old friend of mine named Tristan Roberts, you guys might have seen him. He was on a Netflix show, I don't know, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that, where he was biohacking himself, trying to make use of mRNA before the pandemic, right? Because he has HIV and he was attempting to alter his DNA in some way, or basically alter his body in some way. This was not within the FDA regulations, right? This was playing way outside the box. But he had pitched something back in, I think it was 2018 at an event that we were both at, that was basically a decentralized or a distributed Food and Drug Administration type process for vetting whether or not things were working. Like, here's the proposed process, here's people who are actually implementing that process, here's folks who are making use of the results of that, whatever the pharmaceutical thing or the medical device. But the whole thing ends up being kind of the kind of work that the FDA does, but for a lot of national contexts where that type of regulatory body or the trust in the integrity of a regulatory body like that does not exist. Kind of interesting, maybe useful in a bunch of contexts around the world, including South America, Africa, etc. Maybe one of those things where the kind of device that Volla is working on might be a helpful part in that sort of coordination of research.
Yeah, thank you very much. Awesome, right? So, thank you very much for all the comments. So we are over the time and we need to close it, but is there in the chat any things okay, I think we will have in the next days many comments in the chat. Thank you very much for coming. It was so exciting for me, hopefully for you also, to get some inspirations, new ideas. And this is how it works, that I learned so much from the community, from you. And it was last year when Holochain was introduced by a community member. And this year we have a product. So this is very amazing. In a very short time, some industries are dreaming about that agility to make that happen. So thank you very much for coming. And I hope that we see us next year with next announcements. And yeah, have a good day, good trip back. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Again, Holochain. Yeah.